The jewel of Minnesota, Canterbury Park. That's where we'll be live from tonight. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today it's Northern Stars Turf Festival, and we're so excited to talk about some great racing and some great events going on over at Canterbury this evening. We'll have also racing for you at Penn National today. I'm your host, Acacia Kamal, pleased to be joined by Sarah El-Badwi. Sarah will be talking a little bit of racing at a track that you've gotten to know pretty well.
Yeah, it's one that I've been following pretty much since last year. I had the pleasure of going a couple of times. I got to go for opening night this year, which was a lot of fun. They get a really good crowd over at Canterbury, and that 10% low takeout, great reason to bet.
Some great opportunities to get involved. We hope you're going to be playing along with us, and hopefully we'll give out some decent information and maybe a few winners as well. We'll take a look at what's on tap. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. We have races 1 through 9 from Canterbury. We're fast and firm. Plenty of stakes action on the program. There are a couple of the highlights. Penn National races 2 through 8 as well, fast and firm there as well. Remind everybody you can play along with all of the action by doing so with NYRA Bets. Sign up, get started, and you can get up to a $200 deposit match bonus using promo code BONUS200. Make sure you sign up, get started at nyrabets.com or download the app today. We'll take a look at the stake schedule this evening over at Canterbury. We're just getting ready for the first race of the evening there, but as mentioned, 5 stakes on the program, highlighted by that Canterbury Derby. There's Paul Lo Duca in the background. We'll hear from him momentarily. He's just getting set up with a shot. That looks nice with the that's up close and personal with the stakes right over his face. He's looking good though over there. Paul live at Canterbury Park today. Of course, that Canterbury Derby highlight. Well, we teased that we'd be hearing from him, and look who it is. Paul Lo Duca live with us at Canterbury. Paul, lots of good stuff to look forward to tonight.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff to look forward to. And, of course, I get in the shot before we get on there. It's just the way it happens. But we got the Northern Stars Turf Festival tonight and an amazing betting menu, too, as well. So race number 1 starts with the pick 4, 10% low industry takeout. Now, you do have 2 pick 5s today, an all-turf pick 5, which will be races 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8. And then you have the traditional pick 5, the last 5 races of the day as well. There's a turf pick 3 with a 14% takeout. All the pick 5s are 10% takeout. So great wagering menu, some great horses in. Florent Geroux in the ride, Jarrett Loveberry in the ride. So some many guys here as well. And you got to remember here, you got Harry Hernandez, great little rider. That's won the riding title here last year, represented actually by Scott Stevens, Gary Stevens' older brother. So some very good riders here at Canterbury, and I think it's going to be some competitive racing. And you also got one of the better race callers you'll have, Paul Allen, at the mic.
Paul's terrific, also well known in the sports scene in Minnesota in general too, Paul.
Yes, so double Pauls this evening.
I know, we do. We have all the Pauls involved today. We're taking a look at the field for the opener, 6.5 furlongs on the main track, 3-year-olds, and Upward Reckoning Day. Currently your favorite towards the outside, as this one looks to make it 5 in a row. Harry Hernandez in the saddle, Paul touched on. Meeting the rest of the field, though, starting things off with the 1 Gray Magician.
This one comes out of a common races Reckoning Day. No match for him last time, but was a little bit more part of the pace that day.
That was after cutting back in distance, too. There's the number 2, Single Me Out.
Adds a little bit of speed to the equation as he steps up following his win here on June 4th.
Hi-Ho Cheerio is next.
Another one that has faced Reckoning Day in the past. No match for him over at Turf Paradise.
8-1 on that one right now, trying to build off that second. There's the number 4, Kierkegaard.
This is a horse that had a really good year with the Carl Broberg barn. He's not with them anymore. Looks to get back to some of that form.
And the in-form horse right now, the number 5, Reckoning Day, the Calbred.
And he's improved progressively in each win as well, going from the start of that streak back in March. He is a very deserving 3-5 favorite in here.
That's the field. Well, I don't think we still saw the number 5, Reckoning
There
Day.
he is.
There he is. He was just taking his time. He said, listen, I know where the winner's circle is. I visited it the last 4 times. As you bring Paul back into the conversation. He's in great form right now. Your favorite, Paulie.
No, he's in phenomenal form. He really is. And if you look in his 4-way race win streak, he hasn't been the favorite in any of those starts. Sort of Rodney Dangerfield doesn't really get respect. And, Great Magician last time kind of went to the front end. And, this horse kind of tracked him. And I think a lot of people are thinking maybe Great Magician can get away. I just look at this outside horse. And let's remember, Benny Willie Jr., yeah, that's Chip Willie of Mind That Bird fame in 2009 who won the Kentucky Derby. He has the horses at Turf Paradise, and he comes out here to Canterbury during the summertime. And this is a horse he claimed for Jeff Metz. This horse was running 1,000-yard race at Los Alamitos. You have to be super fast to run into those races. Those are sometimes quarter horses and thoroughbreds, sometimes mixed. Some of those 870 races, so they could be very fast. So for this horse to learn to kind of rate and get a little bit better, his sire Geronimo was a long kind of turf runner. And when I look at the 1 Great Magician, the 2 Single Me Out, Great Magician is 7, the 2 is 8, and I know the horse is 3 to 5. I just can't get around Reckoning Day. I will say Kierkegaard, the 4, was actually the favorite last time against Reckoning Day, and I think we'll probably put in a little bit better of an effort. And I also think Hi Ho Cheerio. I think the public's kind of got it wrong. I mean, I understand maybe the 1 can get to the front end, but if Reckoning Day just puts that horse away, I think somebody can pick up the pieces for second. It'd be Hi Ho Cheerio or the 4 for me. So I'm 5 over the 3-4 in here, girls.
All right, Polly, thank you. Number 5, Reckoning Day, 3 to 5 right now. What are your thoughts on this first race, Sarah?
I mean, I'd love to try to beat him. You always want to try to beat a 3 to 5 favorite, especially if you're playing this 10% takeout early pick 4 in here. He's won in his last 2 starts. He hasn't switched leads, which he was able to do pretty efficiently before that. I don't know what you take away from that, as he did improve his Beyer speed figures in both of those starts, and he's obviously still getting the job done, able to beat 2 of the same rivals that he faces again today, and the other 2 are going to have to improve to be competitive with him. Again, I'd love to try to look past this horse and find another angle for someone else. For me, that would be Great Magician, if anyone, hoping he just gets the jump on him. But I have no doubts that this is absolutely the horse to beat and your very likely winner in the opener.
And he's been kind of on a roll lately. And, sometimes it's hard for horses like this to keep going because they go through their conditions. And he's eligible to run here because he was just recently at the start of this year running for 62.50. So running for a lot less company. So he's still eligible to run in these races. And it's almost like he found a perfect spot.
He did, and a short field as well. So, I mean, I get all of the money that is coming in on him. They're betting him like he can't lose, and honestly, he probably won't.
Let's see if he can make it 5 in a row. Loading in for the first race of the evening at Canterbury Park, Paul Allen on the mic.
And they're racing. Excellent beginning for all. In fact, nobody really keen to get on with it yet. Reckoning Day's trying to win 4 in a row, puts the head in front. Inside, Single Me Out, looking to win 3 in a row. And speaking of the 3, Hi Ho Cheerio splits those 2 and is 1 length, maybe a half from the lead. Outside of that, Kierkegaard closer to the action this day, about 2.5 lengths from the lead. And Great Magician comes sneaking through to the inside of Hi Ho Cheerio to grab second. The complexion changes dramatically, if only for 5. Now they're separated by 7, and they have 3 to go chasing the 5. Reckoning Day trying to make them pay again. Reckoning Day and our leading rider, Harry Hernandez, gliding along by 3. Gray Magician needs to pull a trick out of a hat, 5 lengths from the lead. After that, Kierkegaard. Then it's Hi Ho Cheerio and Single Me Out. They're into the final 250, and Hernandez shakes up Reckoning Day, looking to win 4 in a row. Gray Magician still plugging away and executing the toil nicely, but ran into a buzzsaw in the shape of Reckoning Day. And Reckoning Day and Harry have won the first. It's 5-1-4 in the Little Lifter.
Reckoning Day makes it 5 in a row. Still reluctant to switch leads at Sarah, but he was well clear of this group.
Yeah, I mean, he's just much the best for a field like this. I'd love to see him get back to switching his leads because he was able to do so in the past, but clearly doesn't matter too much. He's just too much horse for a group like this yet again.
Kicks away from the number 1 Gray Magician, who will have to settle for second, but leading rider Harry Hernandez pads his tally, picking up another victory with your short price favorite Reckoning Day in the opener. And there's a good illustration of what we talk about with hanging on the left lead. You can see it really clearly there. Ideally, you want them to switch to their right foreleg, their outside left lead, get in the little extra oomph, a little a second wind, so to speak, in the stretch, and kind of lay off all of the pressure that's been put on that left inside foreleg.
And Richard Migliori's suitcase
Yes.
Analogy is so indicative of how these horses should be switching leads, because it's kind of switching, just you're rolling your suitcase through the airport, you switch from one arm to the other, and it's just a little bit easier to carry. So that's such a good analogy in order to compare these horses switching their leads, but he obviously didn't need it today.
Clear and makes it 5 in a row. Reckoning Day with the win in the opener. We'll bring you prices and more, and then we'll get right into stakes action. The Brooksfield Mile will be our first stake on the day on the turf coming up in race 2. And we'll learn a little bit more about Canterbury Park and why it is such a fun place for the whole family.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked number 1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad. The leading turf sire of 2022 by stakes winners and stakes performers. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. We're so glad to have you with us on this special Wednesday program as we're covering all of the goings on over at Canterbury Park. You see the results in the background. Sarah, we kicked off the day with the short price favorite Reckoning Day. Still his day in the sun, making it 5 in a row now.
Yeah, and I mean, always cool when you have a horse that just keeps rattling off those wins, even though he was a very short price. I imagine many people still alive in that early pick 4.
Gets the job done with leading rider Harry Hernandez in the saddle. There's what we were talking about with hanging on the left lead, but just clear, much the best. As we said, he just kind of fit the conditions well. A solid effort from the runner-up Gray Magician, who was second behind him last time, and they run that way yet again.
Yep, a copy-paste of the last race with Kierkegaard as well. You could really just throw those exact results in and get the same thing today. So excellent spotting for putting him in this condition, and another success for him.
5-1-4, $3.60 winner in the opener. The Brooksfield Mile is race number 2. It's a mile on the turf for 3-year-olds and upward. As we'll take a look at the field, 9-5 on Drama Course, 2-1 on Max KO. Some horses coming in with some good out-of-town form to enjoy this nice Canterbury Park turf course this evening. Well, it's become the pride of Minnesota. Canterbury Park is really the hot spot to be. And on top of some great racing action, it's more importantly a place where lifelong memories are made.
Minnesota likes to eat, Minnesota likes to drink, Minnesota likes to bet show, but Minnesota likes Canterbury Park. We love it.
$2 tip sheets.
Our attendance growing every single year on track is antithetical to the national trend.
25 miles southwest of downtown Minneapolis is Canterbury Park. Randy Sampson has been president for all 28 years. The past few years have provided him with both challenges and opportunities.
With COVID, we had to obviously shift and we couldn't have crowds, so we went to a weekday schedule. And what we found was that it did increase our out-of-state handle dramatically, got us some good exposure around the country. As we were able to get crowds back, we've now evolved to a mixed where we have Wednesday and some Thursday racing, but also Saturday night and Sunday. Clearly is our reputation, and what makes Canterbury unique is the fact that we day in and day out, we can get a good crowd and people have a good time.
Beautiful, a lot of people, it's packed. A good show out, good time.
A lot has changed with Canterbury, including days we race and post times and things like that, but one thing that's never changed has been the importance of Family Day.
Then here in the 7th race, I'm going to be looking for horses off the pace.
Family Day on Sundays has always been a staple for us, and pony rides, and we do our wiener dog races and corgi races and camels and ostriches.
Monster charging late. Oh, it's Miss Claver to win it.
But, you know, it does work. We get people out, they have a good time. Those young people grow up and they remember coming to the track with mom and dad or grandpa. And I've always said we're kind of like the minor league baseball team where you have to do some additional things to make it fun.
I love the horses. I come here to watch them, and just the atmosphere here, it's amazing.
Happy Christmas in June, kids!
Paul Allen has been the voice of Canterbury since 1995. He's also been the play-by-play voice of the Minnesota Vikings since 2002. He loves being able to call two sports.
I think this is a wide open race. The favored Birdie Machine is to the outside of Ranger Gus.
Calling horse races for 8 years got me ready to do play-by-play in the NFL. An individual football play is very much like a horse race where, and they're racing, da-da-da, da-da-da, they hit the wire, boom.
Birdie Machine, this gelding said no and prevails.
Cousins takes the snap, shakes his shoulders, looks left, fires to the right side, caught by Justin Jefferson, inside the 5, touchdown.
Cousins, 1st and 10 from his own 36-yard line, back to pass, swing left to Dalvin. Turns it up outside the numbers to the 40. He's to the 50. That is a nose flag. Dalvin 20 to the left. 15, 10, 5, touchdown.
It's a crescendo that's built just like in a horse race. I love it. This racetrack means a lot to us. It brought me to Minnesota, and I never left. With Angela and Kevin and a lot of people here, they grew up with Canterbury Downs and Canterbury Park.
Such a fun little track at Canterbury Park in Shakopee, Minnesota. The first race took place in 1985, and today we'll get a chance to see some of the biggest races that they do have on their program as we bring Paul into the conversation. Paul, as we talked about some great betting opportunities, but also some wonderful racing taking place at Canterbury Park.
That is the truth. Some great racing here. And Paul Allen, obviously, a staple. And so is this man right here, Chris Merz. He's the senior director of operations here at Canterbury Park. And we were just talking about Paul. And you were saying on Father's Day, him and his son called a race right here from the winner's circle. That's amazing.
Yeah, it was actually pretty fantastic to have him come down here with the son in front of all the fathers and everybody and just call the race in front of him. It was absolutely fantastic. It was a good moment.
Yeah, and that piece that we showed, Paul just showed the importance of this track to his family. What's this night in Canterbury mean to Shakopee, Minnesota?
It's huge for Shakopee. We've put a lot of money of the area going around, $1.7 million We built a brand new dorm area, and we're building new barns this year. So we're really making this a destination place for racing in the summer in the Midwest region.
And talk to us about the low industry takeout. I mean, because it is phenomenal. 10% on the pick 5s, 14% on the pick 3s.
Yeah, we really want to play to our players, and that's what they want. You hear everybody talking about low takeout. Well, we're taking that in stride. We have the post-time pick 4 with a 10% takeout. For today, we're trying an all-turf pick 5 that has a 10% takeout as well, and offering an all-turf pick 3 with a 14% takeout. So it's everything that the bettor wants.
Well, did you take any of that budget out? Because you look absolutely tremendous in that suit, Chris.
Well, this was my Breeders' Cup suit. It's a lucky suit, so I got to wear it today, and it's all green for the all-turf day today.
I love it. Can you show the lining of it? Because it's great, the lining of it. That is well done, folks. Chris Mertz here showing us around Canterbury, and you guys could not be more kinder to us here at America's Day at the Races. Looking forward to having just a wonderful night.
We're glad to have you here. Enjoy it.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it.
Well dressed. He's got the fedora and everything. The fans enjoying the ponies. I just love it.
It's so cool being there because it's like such an experience for all kinds of people to come out. They have really great family days. They have those exotic animal racing like we saw in the feature. And of course, Paul Allen, Kevin Gorg, and their Angela Herman do a great job there. So just a cool place to go. It's kind of like a fair or like a festival and not really like any other racetrack I've experienced.
So fun. And we heard from Chris a lot of good stuff to look forward to tonight. You've got your green on for the big day as well. Well dressed for the evening. And we have some stakes action coming up next. The Brooksfield Mile as Mike Maker takes over with Max KO. And that horse will look to add to Mike's tally as far as his Canterbury Stakes wins. He certainly knows which horses can handle it. We'll talk more about him and his chances after this on America's Day at the Races.
They're off with the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And today's sneaks right on the inside of Jack. Forte has come under a ride now. And he's going 3 wide. And he's coming up on the outside of National Treasure. And he's coming up after Cape Rock. The two of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside. Cape Rock along the rail. And Forte has upset Cape Rock to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's D'Etat's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's D'Etat has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's D'Etat.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
Hey, horse players, check out Canterbury Park racing now through September 16th. Canterbury Park offers 10% takeout on the post-time pick 4 and late pick 5 every racing day. That's the lowest takeout in the nation. 10% takeout, come play.
Watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And Belmont Saturday contests are back. It's a $300 buy-in for cash and seats prizes. You can get into next week's contest. So make sure to register at naira.com/contest. You have until 5 p.m. on Friday to do so. Was this weekend we saw some nice stakes action here in New York on Saturday. The Grade 2 Bed of Roses might have been a compact field, Sarah, and a Grade 2 event, but it was one of the most talked about races
going into the week, and it really did live up to the hype. Of course, you have the champion, Goodnight Olive, and there were a lot of questions about what kind of ride she was going to get from Irad Ortiz after the trouble trip last out.
And especially drawing the rail in here, she was inside in that Derby City distaff where she was disadvantaged, and really great race riding by everybody else to kind of keep her pinned in. But it was a question of who's going to sort of sacrifice themselves to make sure that that happens, rather than, you know, trying to have her just be that horse that they all try to play against of who's going to do the majority of the running of this race. And she got the job done, but I don't think it was as flashy of a performance as you'd want from a horse that was that short of a price.
I have to say, I think Wicked Halo, the gray on the inside, ran a huge race as she was part of the pace with Beguine, who's in the pink silk fading there. And then she had a very talented horse in Caramel Swirl, who was in between, pressing her. She was digging in gamely, and it makes things really interesting with a couple of others waiting in the wings as we move towards Saratoga's Ballerina this summer.
Especially like Echo Zulu, another one that Steve Asmussen has in addition to Wicked Halo. So it's going to be very intriguing to see how things go forward. Goodnight Olive was so dominant in this division last year. She has some serious competition this year.
Looks like it could be a little bit of a deeper division this year. Maybe some other horses who are improving, stepping forward, maturing at the right time. Now a 5-year-old mare, Goodnight Olive, she got the win. She added another graded stakes victory to her tally, but last year's female sprint champion will have her work cut out for her through the rest of the year to try and defend her Eclipse Award title. But as you said, she was a short price. They made it exciting coming down to the wire, though, for sure.
They did, and I know a lot of people were thinking of singling her going into any multi-race sequence that you were playing that day, and you got a little nervous coming down to the wire in there, but she eventually able to get out the win. And just really cool to see competitive racing where you have these shorter prices, but also horses that are running giant races just like Wicked Halo.
We'll see what's next for Goodnight Olive and how that female sprint division does materialize into some of the big races this summer. Should be a lot of fun, especially as we get closer to that Ballerina up at the Spa. But this weekend, we have some fillies and mares in the spotlight as well. Here at Belmont Park on Saturday, it's the Wild Applause, and on Sunday for the New York Breds, the Dancin' Renee. Always looking forward to all of the weekend stakes action that we do have each and every week here at beautiful Belmont Park.
And not many weekends left of Belmont Park racing. It's getting close to Saratoga.
Wild. Turn our attention now to Penn National. We'll pick up with their program in race number 2 coming up next. It's a 1 mile 70 yards on the turf for this starter allowance here. And here's a gelding who's still a maiden, the number 1, La Paz, facing winners.
I know. I had to double check my program. I was like, am I reading this correctly? But yes, taking on winners here, even though he has yet to win a race himself.
See how he does, trying to skip that condition. The 2 Airman's the favorite. There's the 3 Cabarsul.
Turf debut for him. He does have a win over the Tapeta Gulfstream, though.
There's number 4 Combating going by. Here's the 5 Riverboat Bandit, first turf.
Another one that is making that turf debut, like you mentioned. Kenai's not the greatest turf routing influence.
Bench Press. Also going back to the turf, first time in a while.
Yeah, he's a little bit interesting to me. He has his career best number on turf, so I like him getting back to the surface.
And Kaz Munnings.
Another one trying turf for the first time as well, so there's a lot that are doing something new for the first time in here.
Yeah, there definitely is. Kaz Munnings taking some attention, too, 2-1, as this one, he does have 3 siblings that won on the turf. I certainly don't mind Munnings on the grass as well. Your favorite, though, is the number 2 Airman, first time off a little bit of a layoff since March at Gulfstream.
Yeah, and I mean, he deserves to be the favorite. He's just been running better numbers than much of this field, but he has this trend going where he's kind of on this every other better number type of race, and this would be one of his lesser numbers in terms of buyer speed figures. Now he doesn't need a career best performance to win this race, but when a horse is fluctuating between bigger performances and not quite as much, you don't necessarily want to take them at 3 to 5.
He's a short price right now, and he is 1 for 18. I know that there are other runners in here do have some things to prove, but for a horse like him, and yes, he's run against some better company. He's stakes faced, but he is still 1 for 18.
Right. And you mentioned the serious class relief that he is getting, but it's not as though he's running into a bunch of killers, but there's horses that are more lightly raced. You have a lot that are trying something new for the first time at better prices. So this might be a race to look elsewhere.
We'll see. Quickly, do you like anybody else instead?
I like the 6 Bench Press a little bit. I like him getting back to the grass. I think that he might prefer this surface after all. He made an early move last time to get into position before making a secondary move. I like to see that.
all in for race 2 at Penn National. Here's John Bogar.
Start. There. Cabersul hustled out for the early lead. Inside then comes La Paz, and to the far outside then Kaz Munnings. Cabersul has it by about a length and a half coming to the finish the first time. La Paz angled to the outside, a closer second. Kaz Munnings 3 wide now right up on the pace. Then about 2 lengths to Bench Press. You go back a good 5 then to Riverboat Bandit, joined by Airman. And the early trailer is Combating. Opening quarter here, a swift 22-3. And on top as they move to the backstretch, Cabersul has it by just a neck. To the outside, Kaz Munnings is next. La Paz is third between rivals. Bench Press fourth along the rail. There's about 3 lengths then back to Airman, who's then followed by Riverboat Bandit, and Combating is still at the back. The half up here, 46-3. Cabersul shows the way at the far turn, a length and a half. La Paz chases second. To the outside then, Kaz Munnings third. They're then followed by Bench Press. There's about 2 lengths to Airman, who's hitting his best stride now as they race to the top of the stretch. Falling back some, Riverboat Bandit, nothing yet here from Combating. They head to the top of the lane. Cabersul with the lead. La Paz tries to come after him. Bench Press cuts the corner far outside. Airman looks to get involved now. They race to the 8th pole. Cabersul, La Paz down the center. Airman, Bench Press in with a chance as well. La Paz, Cabersul battling. Airman the outside, running out of racetrack. La Paz, Cabersul, these two in a tight photo. Either La Paz or Cabersul. Looks like Airman got third with Bench Press fourth.
It was a tight photo finish. It looks like the number 1 La Paz outside might have gotten up, Sarah, and he will get the first win of his career if that's so. Facing horses who have already won before.
Yeah, not on my bingo card for the evening, but great for them to spot this horse in a race against winners and look at some of these horses that perhaps were not in the greatest form that they might have been in when getting their first career start. So it worked out for them, and it's not one that I would have taken, but able to get the job done, but a race that was kind of controlled more so on the front end as well.
A good effort from the number 3, Cabersul, as well, who was making his first start on the turf. Did have that Tapeta victory, as you mentioned, and a relatively disappointing third for your favorite, the number 2, Airman. There in the second at Penn National. We'll turn our attention back over now to Canterbury Park. As we mentioned, we have some stakes action to look forward to. We'll get right into it after this quick break. The Brooks Fields Mile coming up next. Can Max KO pick up back-to-back stakes victories? We'll talk more about it on the other side of this break.
It's 1,000 Words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 Words just in front. 1,000 Words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 Words has done it.
For the first time I ever entered the gates of Alapa, at first I was pretty nonchalant. I've seen a lot of farms, and I came here and the gates opened, and for me it was magical. It was like something I've never seen before. You know, the goal has always been to sort of try to have a vibrant thoroughbred farm, a bucolic, unique setting, respectful of all the buildings, everything in the past. It's a bit eclectic because Mr. Sims, one of the original owners of the farm, bought a horse from Europe called Prince Palatine, who I think is the third grandsire of Prince Quillo, a very prominent horse in Europe. And the horse died in a barn fire, and he said, oh, no horse will ever die here in a fire again. So everything he built was stone and concrete, which today the challenge is that first in craftsmanship, availability of materials, and the expense would be impossible. So everything is here, is done in stone. Our primary goal is obviously to be a great thoroughbred farm, to be the best we can be, stand the greatest stallions, raise the best horses. I believe the land gives us this opportunity. All our neighbors have been voices of the past of greatness. It's beautiful, but what are we here to see? Midnight Pursue or Take Charge Brandy, or here's a yearling by Tappet, and here's a yearling by Into Mischief, and well, it's beautiful, and you're here to see Curlin. Beautiful, and you're here to see Go Sapper. He's an old veteran, but a great sire, great broodmare sire. Very excited about Army Mule, undefeated horse that we own with St. Elias. They're yearlings this year, Good Magic yearlings this year, champion son of Curlin. I view the Stallion Barn as a NFL, NHL, college, any kind of team. Constant recruitment, try to get the best athlete you can. There's a great past, there's a great present, and hopefully there's a great future.
It truly is a remarkable place, an absolutely beautiful facility, and as you saw in that piece, some top quality stallions. Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious, as we're getting ready for our first stake of the evening at Canterbury Park. The Brooksfield Mile coming up next, going a mile on the turf. And taking a look at the field right now, a couple of horses at 2-1 at the moment. Sarah, Fuerteventura, and Drama Chorus. Stagecoach Boys at 9-2. Max KO 3-1. A little bit wide open.
Yeah, it's an even betting board, and I kind of had a feeling that Drama Chorus, the number 5 horse, might end up your favorite. It's very evenly matched right now, but we still have some time to go.
Drama Chorus, who has that early speed as well. We'll take a look at his last win at Tampa. I saw him too back when he won the Turf Classic at Tampa, was able to wire the field that day. And he's a horse that I wasn't completely sold about getting a mile and an eighth, and yet he was able to just use that speed to get so comfortable, and did that coming right back and doing the same thing again. So he obviously has a very potent weapon.
Yes, and in a short field, it's such an important tactical ability to have, and it's something we see very often be effective here in New York. Now, we don't have quite the same slow paces in other places across the U.S. I don't know who goes with him early, but he might not be able to have things totally his own way. But, I mean, he's just been facing such good company. I mean, three back behind Never Explain, who since won the Grade 3 dinner party at Pimlico. He's got the early speed. I think he's just very dangerous in here.
He is 2-1 co-favorite now. The highlighted favorite is the number 4, Fuerteventura, who is not slow early. He did come from pretty far off of it last time out in his first race of the year at Horseshoe Indy. But prior to that, he'd had some tactical speed and running against some good company in graded stakes fields.
Yeah, he's definitely kept some good company in the past. I remember in that race behind Annapolis, my big angle was to try to get him into the exacta behind him and just play that straight, and ended up being a dead heat, so not quite as lucrative in the payouts. But he has some ability. I think he made a really good start to his 4-year-old season, just like you mentioned. He can place himself in different places in here, and so it'll be interesting to see what they do early with such a short field as well.
He did wire the field and he broke his maiden, albeit in a slow pace. It seemed like he kind of surprised them, though, because he broke his maiden for 30, and then we saw him facing some much tougher company after that.
Yeah, I really maybe didn't show it in the morning what kind of ability he had, but certainly stepped him up after that. I think it was a good confidence boost last time, and I like that they're going for a stakes race, though not the kind of graded stakes that we see around here.
Call to post for the first stake of the day. The Brooksfield Mile, 9-5 right now on Fuerteventura. Enjoy it for a moment. I love that. Getting a little bit of excitement, a little bit of flavor. The number 1, Max KO, will kick off the post parade back with Mike Maker. He actually trained this horse previously, so he's familiar with him.
Yeah, he had him for a win. Of course, he's done a lot since that $16,000 claiming race in the Saffie Joseph Jr. barn, but he's another one that has a little bit of tactical ability, too. He can spot himself in different places early if need be.
Now, a 7-year-old horse by JP's Gusto won the Mr. Steel down at Gulfstream last time out. Here's the 2, Tonka Warrior.
And he has some turf experience in the past as well. He actually finished 2nd in the Hawthorne Derby behind Speaking Scout.
And he has plenty of turf pedigree, too. Here's the number 3, Sunny Smack.
This is one where the trainer, Valerie Lynn, has good stats in non-graded stakes on turf. Seems perhaps a little bit overmatched in here, though.
Has been running much further, too. We'll see what he does cutting back a bit. There's still your favorite, Fuerteventura.
Yeah, and this one just getting a little bit of class relief from last year. Certainly has some tactical ability. We'll see what he does in here in his 2nd start as a 4-year-old.
The Speed Drama Chorus will be next.
Yeah, also another one that's been keeping good company, and he's one that has run some pretty big numbers in the past as well. Has some 90 buyers to his credit.
91 buyer winning against fellow Florida Brides, 2 starts back down at Tampa Bay Downs. And to the outside, Stagecoach Boys, kind of an up-and-comer, so to speak.
Yeah, this is his stakes debut, and he's the most lightly raced contender in this field. He should be sitting a stalking position to the outside, draws that nice, advantageous outside post in a short field as well.
He's the local horse, the Minnesota bred. For more on this field, as we get ready for the Brooksfield Mile, let's check in with Paul LaDuca.
Thanks, Acacia. Yeah, a little six-pack here of geldings and colts in here. And I thought it was a wide-open race. You know, when you look at some of these horses, you got to just discern whether the 2 or the 3 in here. Tonka Warrior, if he's going to take back to the turf. You know, Sarah made a very good point. Valerie Lund's a very, very good trainer. She usually hangs her tack at Turf Paradise, but she brought a lot of horses down to Oaklawn that fired at big prices as well. You know, this horse is going to launch from way out of it. So now when you get to some of the favorites in here, I thought the 4 made a tremendous appearance for Fuerteventura, and this horse was hung so far wide. You know, Acacia, they took the blinkers off last time, and I'm wondering, you know, the slower pace, the horse got to settle, and they went 49 and was able to still close into that field. And then you look back and you look at the Saranac, this horse ran 2nd to Annapolis. Annapolis would be 1-9 in this field. So I get it. Annapolis has moved forward probably more than Fuerteventura has, but I just think he's the one to beat off that. Max KO, the 1. Michael Maker takes over the training duties from Saffie Joseph. And Jareth Loveberry gets aboard. Tactical speed. This horse is, you know, 12 for 43 lifetime, 10 for 30 on the turf. There's a lot of horses in here that like to win races. Fuerteventura is 4 for 9. You know, you look at the 5, Drama Chorus. That's the horse to beat. You know, I'm taking a shot here a little bit, but this horse is 9 for 18 on the turf. 5 wins here at Canterbury, and probably can control this race maybe from the get-go. We'll see what happens if Alonso Quinones decides to send here and get to the front end. Tim Padilla is having a tremendous meet at 27%. And you know what? Stagecoach Boys, he's a big, rangy son of Kitten's Joy. So I can understand why he's sort of been getting ignored a little bit, but I'm not surprised that he excelled in his last start. He could be a horse that's projecting, I think, forward a little bit. And you're getting 5-1 on him right now with Constantino Roman aboard. You know, he's a guy that used to ride out in California, so he's very, very capable. I think that's the up-and-coming horse, but I do think the 4, Fuerteventura, is going to be tough. In the 5's the horse to beat. But for me to get out of this all turf pick 5, starts in race 2, and then goes 4, 6, 7, and 8, I think you couldn't separate between the 3 horses. So I went 1, 4, 5, 6 in here, guys.
Good to have some coverage, Paul. Thank you. Brought up some really interesting points with a couple of those outside runners, too. But as Paul mentioned, Sarah, it does start the all-turf pick 5 here, and you have a ticket for us as well. You're playing the sequence.
I do. Got to take advantage of that 10% industry low takeout. And this is a race where I'm going to start off with a single because there are some opportunities later on for those low takeout wagers. I'm starting off with Drama Chorus, who I think is the speed and the horse to beat in here, as Paul mentioned as well. Spreading against the favorite in the 4th race. I think that the horse for Brad Cox, Flashy Gem, is a need the lead type, so I'm trying to beat her with some coverage of some other horses. In the 6th race, the Lady Canterbury, She Can't Sing, the one to beat last year's winner. Also using Midnight Current as well. A spread race for me in the 7th. I think that one's a little bit more wide open. And then in the finale, One of Vermilion's trying something new for the first time, but he had to work over the turf. Everything seemed to be all systems go, and he's got some speed from the rail, so I think that he's able to close this one out in his turf debut.
I like it. Best of luck. And yeah, One in Vermilion, so interesting. I was reading an article. Trainer Esteban Martinez says he gallops this horse himself. And so he was able to actually feel how he moved going over the turf, which is really interesting. And that very, very quick work on the turf at Canterbury should be really fun to see how he handles it.
Yeah, and just getting that kind of insight of being able to be so connected to the horses that you're training. I know there's plenty of trainers that have all of that well-rounded equine knowledge, but that's so cool to bring to the table and feel for yourself. Is this horse handling it or not?
Stepping onto the turf, there's a look at Max KO, Mike Maker, again, former trainer of this horse. So he's back with Max KO, who we saw win the Mr. Steel at Gulfstream Park last time out. This will be his first trip over to Canterbury, but Mike Maker's definitely had a lot of success, and this is a 12-time winner. The 7-year-old still in top form.
Yeah, and Mike Maker brings horses over specifically for this night of racing at Canterbury, and usually comes with some very live ones. Max KO joining his barn for the first time off this win. He's a horse that can sit a little bit further back. This was a day where he sat a little bit closer, and I just didn't see a super explosive turn of foot from him, but able to grind out that victory.
There's Mike Maker's success at Canterbury. He looks pretty pleased with himself in that photo, too. I think they picked that picture just for that. Last year, we saw him winning the Curtis Sampson Oaks. He's had plenty of success on this night of racing, as you mentioned, in some of the big stakes that they offer here at Canterbury. So no surprise to see him well represented again this year. Max KO trying to keep that good form going, but he will need to have a little bit more punch, especially as we see Drama Chorus, who will try to take them wire to wire.
He will, and I mean, this is a horse that I don't know how challenged he is early on for that lead, so Max KO is going to have to get himself into a position to at least be competitive with him early. Maybe that takes a little bit more out of him, but of course, Jareth Loveberry riding, we saw what kind of a great ride he was able to produce on 2 fills in the Kentucky Derby, so I feel confident that he'll be able to figure it out with whatever pace or not is developing in front of him.
We'll hear more from Jareth Loveberry with Paul a little bit later on in the show. 9 to 5 on the number 4, Fuerteventura, though, for Jonathan Thomas, who got the win after being wide with the blinkers off last time out. See if he can save some ground tonight with Florent Giroux in the saddle. Loading in for the Brooksfield Mile. Here's track announcer Paul Allen with the call.
And they're racing in the Brooksfields Mile. Max KO, the Gulfstream Steam, came out fast looking to deliver a knockout punch, but that lead has been ceded by the speedy local named Drama Chorus. And Alonso Quinones and Drama Chorus kick away by 1.5, doing it reasonably. Max KO looking to win 2 in a row, lay second. Stagecoach Boys, 5 out of it. And to the outside of Fuerteventura. About 1.5, 2 lengths after that is we come back to Tonka Warrior, and Tonka Warrior is to the inside and about 6 lengths from the front. Sunny Smack next to that one. They're covered by 7. Up the barn side they go in the Brooksfields Mile on Northern Stars Turf Festival Day at Canterbury Park. Drama Chorus and Max KO. Drama Chorus by 1/2. Max KO in second, 1.5 lengths. Stagecoach Boys to the outside of Fuerteventura. Florent Giroux has saved ground on that 4 and appears to have run 2.5 lengths from the lead. Then it's Sunny Smack, and Tonka Warrior would have to win 3 in a row from 8 out of it. And they're at the top of the stretch, and up goes Max KO. Max KO, Drama Chorus, Stagecoach Boys. Outside of that, Sunny Smack at a fat price, and behind them, Tonka Warrior just got in trouble. They line up with a football field to go. Here comes Tonka Warrior and Stagecoach Boys. Tight photo. Also in there, we had Fuerteventura, who might have gotten the nose down first.
That was a tight photo finish. I think it was the number 4. Fuerteventura in the maroon Lapenta silks there inside the number 6 Stagecoach Boys. It was between those two, and it's all who got the bob, Sarah. This was a cavalry charge down to the wire.
I know, you thought that Max KO was going to just take off, and then Drama Chorus
Oh,
fought for
boy,
it a
he
little
pulled
bit.
himself up, didn't he?
But then everybody finishing within just a couple lanes of each other, really. It just, wow. I would not be wanting to call that photo over there, but exciting
We gotta
race
get
at the
Paul
end.
in. We got to get Paul. Paul can always call the photos. So this is a closer up look. So I think it's between the 4 and the 6. And it's all who got the bob, who gets their nose down first.
That's
a big,
close.
big effort. It was between Paul, who is our amazing eagle eyes when it comes to calling these photos, thinks it's the 4, which was my first inclination. That's kind of cool, another look. And from that look, it does look like it was the number 4 Fuerteventura. But a big effort from the local horse, the Minnesota-bred Stagecoach Boys, too, who all touched on as kind of the up-and-coming horse. And he put in a big effort. They made it a thriller.
Yeah, I mean, Drama Chorus really kind of threw in the towel late. I wonder if they might look at something in the stretch. Tonka Warrior got into a little bit of trouble in there, which is a horse that Paul actually liked a couple races ago.
Yeah, that horse getting back onto the turf. It was a wild finish in our first stake of the day in the Brooksfield Mile. Still not posted as of yet, but pretty tight. And yeah, you talked about it last time, Sarah, the way Max KO, yes, he won the Mr. Steel at Gulfstream, but he didn't really kind of have that acceleration. He just kind of kept grinding a little bit, and today he had no punch.
No, you thought he was just going to totally blow away from this field, and then just kind of hung around with horses, everybody finishing so close together. And we did hear that it was the number 4 Fuerteventura that got the photo.
Florent Giroux making his trip to Minnesota worthwhile, already picking up a win. This one gets back-to-back victories for trainer Jonathan Thomas, the son of Summerfront, now another stakes winner, having won the Jersey Derby last year as a 3-year-old. 4-6 under the line. We'll bring you prices and more after this.
Canterbury Park's BCBC Handicapping Contest is September 13th. $1,000 entry fee and $1,000 live bankroll. Play on expressbet.com or at the park. Win your way to the Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge or the National Horse Players Championship in Canterbury Park's BCBC NHC Qualifier Contest on Wednesday, September 13th. Powered by ExpressBet.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage, as we do have an objection here in the second race. There's Constantino Roman on the phone with the stewards, as it does concern the top 2 finishers. Take a look at the right, Sarah, at the head-on. Now you have the red cap on the outside, second from outside, and the burgundy cap of your unofficial winner in between horses. And it does concern those top 2 horses right about there, some bumping.
Yeah, definitely contact, and with how close they were ultimately at the wire, I think you could probably make an argument either way. Of course, we'll leave it up to the stewards to decide, and I have no dog in the fight either way, but interesting with the way that race finished. It could have been something.
And because it happened at such a pivotal point in the race, so close to the wire, take a look at the head-on again. So you have the white nose and the red cap and the burgundy cap of the dark bay horse. Those two were so close down to the wire. And I think that's what makes it even more incriminating as well, is that the number 4, Fuerteventura, just got up. Now, it was a little bit of bumping. I don't know what that would be, but there definitely was some contact.
Right, and I think it might be easier for us to predict here what way things might go, although, of course, you never know. But I don't know how they'll interpret things over at Canterbury.
Let's go to Paul.
Yeah, they decided no change here, Keisha and Sarah. You know, I was talking to Florent Giroux, and, you know, Constantina Roman said, listen, you know, he kind of came out on me late on the bob, and, you know, it was basically inches between the bob. Now, Florent was saying, hey, there wasn't much contact there. He was kind of leaning on me first. So, you know, this was a tough call for the judges. I just because the outcome is a nose. If the outcome's a half a length, they probably wouldn't have looked at it that much longer. But when the outcome is a nose, did that bump really cost a 6? The stewards decided that it didn't, and Florent Giroux will go into the winner's circle with Fuerteventura, which got bet down to 4-5 late here.
Wow, he went off a really short price. Paul, thank you, Fuerteventura. No change in the order of finish, so 4-6 under the line. And it did look a little bit, Sarah, like the number 6 Stagecoach Boys kind of took a little step inward as well, and I think that's what it was. But Paul's right, because the margin of victory was so slim, that is where you really have to question, was there something going on there?
Yeah, a tough call. It seems like they made the right one, and Florent Giroux already getting hot in just the second race with his limited mounts over at Canterbury. So a worthwhile trip so far for him.
Back over to Penn National. We have the third race coming up next. We'll be on the turf for this one too. Sprinting, $12,500 claiming race, just a scratch of the main track only. The number 6 there, and a pretty wide open board. Stanhope is 2-1 at the moment.
And this is a horse that we're pretty familiar with. Has spent a lot of his career on our circuit, currently with trainer Bonnie Lucas. And in turf sprints, she's had a lot of success getting horses in the money, 51% in the money, but just 2 for 35 in the winner's circle over the past 5 years. He does have that early speed, though, making him very dangerous.
And if nothing else, I'm convinced this horse is a turf sprinter. So that's what he's doing today. That's always what I felt for him. So glad to see him sticking with that. See how it shakes out. Race 3 from Penn National. Up next, here's John Bogar.
It is now post time. They're all in line. Number 7, King Ecliptical, reared up there. Looks like the rider came off. He did indeed. King Ecliptical is being backed out. Rider back up. King Ecliptical reloaded. There. King Ecliptical shows first. Here comes Cash in a Flash. Nautical Nature inside. Spike Cheryl close up as well. As they continue on the backstretch here, Cash in a Flash has it by just ahead. Spike Cheryl is next. Then comes King Ecliptical. Stanhope 4 wide. Nautical Nature back to 5th. Then comes Gone Insane far outside. Grab the Gold. Flash in the Night, second last. Active Valor trails 21-3 for the opening quarter. Cash in a Flash holds it here as they race to the top of the stretch. Far outside, Grab the Gold is ranged up now second. Spike Churl races third. Next is Flash in the Night. To the outside, Stanhope. They straighten for the drive. Cash in a Flash getting the challenge from Grab the Gold. Here comes Flash in the Night and trying to come off the rail with room. Spike Churl, Grab the Gold ahead in front. Cash in the Flash back to second. Flash in the Night looks to finish out. Grab the Gold to win it. Flash in the Night got second. Cash in the Flash was third. Spike Churl finished fourth.
Grab the Gold in only his second start on turf gets the win at Penn National. Our coverage continues on FS1. We hope you'll join us there for the rest of America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races on this special Wednesday coverage over at Canterbury Park. It's Northern Stars Turf Festival. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Keisha Kamal alongside Sarah El-Badwi, Paul LaDuca live with us at Canterbury Park tonight as well. Sarah, we're well underway. We appreciate everybody sticking with us, or if you're just tuning in on Fox Sports 1, there's plenty more exciting action to look forward to from a very fun little track.
It is, and there's a huge crowd on hand for this evening. We already got our first stakes race out of the way. There's still plenty of more action to come. Paul LaDuca's on site, lots going on, and just a fun crowd over at Canterbury Park for this exciting evening of stakes races.
Low takeout as well for all of those multi-race wagers, so we hope that you'll participate and have some fun, maybe pick some winners tonight too. Here's what's still to come on our program. Today's races, as always, presented by our friends at Claiborne Farm. We still have races 3 through 9. At Canterbury Park, Fast and Firm in Shakopee, Minnesota. In Pennsylvania, Penn National, we still have races 4 through 8 to come. Fast and Firm there as well. You can join Naira Bets and play all the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code BONUS200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. As we still have, as Sarah mentioned, one stake in the books already. It was not without a little excitement, a little bit of drama over at Canterbury Park in the Brooksfield Mile. Fuerteventura just getting his nose down under the wire for Jonathan Thomas and Florent Giroux. There was the objection with a little bit of contact there in the stretch.
Yeah, able to survive the Stores inquiry. Just a small little bit of bumping with the 6 Stagecoach boys, but really a wild finish with everybody finishing very close together. And we're going to take a look at it here in that Brooksfield Mile. He's sitting behind horses right now, but everybody ends up in kind of this blanket finish towards the end.
And I think you have to be disappointed with the horse in the white cap up front, the #1 Max KO, who was trying to make it back-to-back stakes wins. He looked like he was just going to power on by and then completely flattened in the stretch as everybody else started closing.
Yeah, and I don't know, was he waiting on horses? Were they kind of catching up to him? Does he not have that punch in the lane to go on by? Kind of a disappointing effort from him.
$3.80 winner, Florent Giroux in town to ride. He's standing by with Paul LaDuca.
I'm here with jockey Florent Giroux, the winner of the the big Brooksfield Mile here aboard Fuerteventura, and you just turned to me and goes, I didn't think I got the bob at all, or I was going to win this race at any point at all.
No, it was very close. I felt like the 2 horses in front were very hard to catch, and I felt like the horse right side of me was giving me a very good fight for our money. But he was able to put his nose down, right at the end, and very grateful for the opportunity Jonathan Thomas and the owner has given me on the horse.
Yeah, and down the lane, obviously, there's 6 horses across the racetrack. There's going to be a little bit of bumping. What went on with you and the stewards in Constantino? What did you tell the stewards?
Oh, it was very simple. I think it was a very easy call for the stewards. He was right next to me. We were riding very close to each other. I felt like he was leaning on me a little bit, throwing some left crosses, and I came out a little bit, riding my horse. I think I hit him maybe twice, left-handed, but not. I think I did pretty good, keeping my horses straight, drift slightly, but there was more like a brush than a bump. And I feel like, honestly, I don't feel like he changed at all the outcome of the race. So I think that was a very easy decision for the steward.
Did you think you got the bob?
I was hoping so, but I didn't know.
But I gotta show you something that's great about Flo. Flo, turn your hat around, please. He did not even know he's wearing Jermaine Bridgmorehand's helmet. Are you going to wear Jermaine's hat the rest of the night? You're 1 for 1.
Actually, I brought mine too.
He just forgot. So you brought yours, you accidentally put on Jermaine's?
Yeah, I did, actually. It's okay. He gave me luck, so maybe it's going to make him feel good.
This is awesome. Florent Geroux gets the job done.
Jermaine Bridgmorehan with the assist, I think, there coming down to the wire, but great to see Florent Geroux in town. Flo, he's a terrific rider. I thought he spoke about what happened in the stretch really well and kind of describing how things were so tight, and that photo was so close when you saw it.
I know, and you end up seeing every horse within that photo finish together, though not, of course, right on the wire, but Jermaine Bridgmorehan maybe getting that extra nose in front for Florent Geroux there, so exciting to see what happens in the rest of the stakes we have going on this evening, but a thrilling way to start.
We'll see what kind of helmet cover Flo has on for the rest of the card. But plenty more exciting action coming up. We'll be on the main track at Canterbury for our next race, race 3. Coming up next, we'll talk a little bit more about it and the stakes action that is still to come. Stay with us as we have a lot more to look forward to on the Northern Stars Turf Festival card.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Jeffrey.
Hi, Keisha.
Hey, JK. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Race 3 at Canterbury Park coming up next. 5.5 furlongs on the main track. It's a $5,000 claiming race for fillies and mares at 3-year-olds and upward. There's a look at the field, and the number 4, Celtics Wildcat, is currently 3-2 on the board.
She is, and this is a horse that has that early speed, has been short price in many of her last couple of races, hasn't quite been able to seal the deal lately. So it'll be interesting to see if she's able to turn the tables on those results that she's had in the past in this start.
Now, she was 4th in her most recent effort, behind a couple of others that are in this field as well, but she does have the early speed, and she's pretty sharp there in the paddock, as we can see, as they get the call for riders up. Do you think it's by virtue of her running style that we're seeing her at such a short price?
I mean, perhaps. I mean, you also have leading rider there, Harry Hernandez aboard. She's been a short price lately. I don't want anything to do with her.
Yeah, she's 8-5, a short price right now. We'll see if she can turn the tables on some of the others in this field. But we welcome in for the first time tonight Jonathan Kinchin live with us from his, what is it, from the man cave? Is that what we're calling it now, JK? Good to have you with us.
Yeah, I'm going to have to check with my better half about calling this the man cave. There's like puppies on the wall and stuff, so not quite the man cave. Look, I like the 4 Celtics Wildcat. Look, I use that word likely when I say I like the horse. That's who I think is the most likely winner of this race. I think if you look at the last race, this horse was stuck down on the inside. A lot of times when you get to these lower levels of races, it's kind of some of the things that you don't find in some of these horses. Sometimes they're not as courageous to be down in there surrounded by horses. Sometimes it can be a heart thing. Sometimes it can be the ability to get out of those tight spots. They don't have that turn of foot. Celtics Wildcat drawn now in a position where I think they can get an outside stalking trip. Look, the horse did not run particularly well last time from a figure standpoint. And also was bet in there. But I couldn't find anything else in here that made me feel any better about the situation. I guess you could make a case for the 2 Moonshine Moxie, but do you feel that much better that you're getting 2-1 on a horse that you don't like that much versus a horse that's 8-5 that you like a little bit more? Especially when you get to some of these smaller fields and some of these tracks at these lower level races like we'll see here. We see a lot of high caliber races a little bit later in the card. You have to understand and take what the defense gives you, and the defense is telling me to throw the deep shot, and I'm going to throw it to the 4 Celtics Wildcat.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. Call to post. 8-5 on the number 4 Celtics Wildcat, 6-year-old mare who will look to take them every step of the way. We'll meet the rest of the field, though, starting things off with the number 1 Impulsus.
This is one that comes out of a common race with Celtics Wildcat last time out. I actually have some interest in her, which we'll talk about later. She doesn't have any early speed, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, let's see what kind of trip she can work out from the inside. Luis Valenzuela going to be in the saddle as just a few moments. We'll get a chance to meet the number 2, Moonshine Moxie.
Yeah, she's now making her 3rd start off a layoff. She can come along and pick up some pieces in here. I think we saw a better version of her last year as a 4-year-old than what she's showing so far this year. She also got a very hot pace to chase at Turf Paradise. Then she sat much closer to that and was beat. So another one that needs to take another step forward to turn the tables on some others in here.
Well, there she is. She's definitely easy to spot out in the field on the racetrack, that gray mare by Skip Shot. As there's the number 3, Ghosts of Genevieve.
Yeah, the longest price and the only new face to this group as well. Just 1 win in her 13-race career.
Also from the Silva Barn, sends out number 2 and number 3. Next will be your favorite, Celtics Wildcat.
And just like Jonathan mentioned, she does have that early speed. She's been coughing up those leads lately. I don't love the speed in fades, but speed, such a dangerous weapon, especially in these shorter fields at these lower levels.
And here's a horse who's not slow early. There's the number 4, Right Winged.
Yeah, the 8-year-old mare, hoping she applies a little pressure to the 4 Celtics Wildcat that can set it up for somebody else. She's probably going to sit just off that one to the outside.
About 3 minutes apiece for race 3 on a fast main track. Coming up next at Canterbury Park, let's check in with Paula Duca.
Oh, I didn't know I was on. I apologize. I didn't hear anybody tell me I was on, but I guess I'm on right now. Okay, race number 3. I am talking. Can everybody hear me? Okay, I'm going through race number 3 here. I actually like the 2 here, Moonshine Moxie, a little bit at 2-1. When you look at this race, I thought there was some speed in here within, the 4 horse in here has a little bit of giddy up as well. When I looked at the 1 Impulsus in here, listen, this is a tough race. I looked at the form in here, and a lot of these horses are 2 for a lot. But when you look at Moonshine Moxie, the 2 in here, all 3 wins are here at Canterbury. So I think that has to count for something in here. Celtics Wildcat, the 4, is another horse that shows speed. And, Paul Allen made a good point over the loudspeaker a little earlier. Now, the horse in the first race is in tremendous form, but that horse stopped the clock in 1:15.2. So the track is playing very fast. So I would think getting towards the front end could be a big advantage. So Celtics Wildcat, to me, could get to the front end, and she could be there, for a long time. Right wing, the 5 on the outside's got a little pace. I just thought Moonshine Moxie, you just throw out that muddy race, the race 2 back. I understand she's a Minnesota bred, but she's got some numbers in here that can win this race. I know she's 2-1 in here. I'm not giving you much, but I thought this was a really, really tough race for little $5,000 claimers in here, because a lot of these horses really don't love to win races. So I'm not giving you much here, but at 2-1, I'll take Daler Barrios Lopez, who's having a tremendous meet, a young jockey here on the tune Moonshine Moxie.
Yeah, Paul, he's batting about 28% now, and 2-1 on this mare by Skip Shot. There she is, as she will try to turn the tables on Impulsus, who she was pretty close behind last time out.
Yeah, I mean, everybody comes out of the same race except for one new face to this group with Ghost of Genevieve, and you have to argue maybe some of them didn't really appreciate the muddy surface last time out. She could be one of them as she makes her 3rd start now off the layoff, but I have some interest in the number 1 Impulsus. She was 2nd time out in that common race that everybody exits except for the 3, and she broke okay, but then she was kind of taken back and checked early. And when you're dealing with horses at this kind of level of competition, to me, even the slightest little bit of inconvenience can really be a difference maker for some of these horses. And to rally into 2nd pretty much from last and come up inside of horses before switching out in the stretch, to me that just showed a little bit of grit and tenacity, and that's not always the kind of quality you get out of horses at this level of competition. So I actually really like the number 1 Impulsus out of that common race.
Yeah, it's a very good point, because when they're at kind of the lower level of the claiming ranks, and for those not familiar, you have pretty much every level of runner possible. And your job as a trainer is to find what price tag, basically, what claiming level is suitable. Here at the $5,000 condition claiming level, it's at the bottom of what you're going to be facing. So it's not necessarily the most genuine horses that you're going to see running. It's not necessarily the ones that you can trust to pass horses to be able to sustain their speed. They are not necessarily the most consistent. Sometimes you have those really tough, hard-knocking campaigners that show up every time at the level. But as you said, it's easy to make an excuse for a horse at this level of competition who might have gotten discouraged.
I just want to give her some credit.
Yeah.
Exactly, for that, for making a bit of a run of it when she could have easily quit and been behind horses on an off surface with mud getting kicked in her face and been like, nope, not my day. I don't want to play. And this is a horse, too, that they took some time to drop her to a level like this. If you go very far back in the page, at one point in her career, she actually ran against Secret Oath in Monterey. So there were some high hopes
I think.
early on, and not the kind of horse that we're dealing with now today. But just has a little bit more to offer, I think, than some of her other competitors.
Loading in for race 3, sprinting on the main track at Canterbury Park. We'll send it up to Paul Allen for the call.
Most recent by a nose over a 9-1 shot. Here is Right Winged, 3.5-1 going in. And they're racing. Moonshine Moxie stumbled badly right as the gates pop. Moonshine Moxie, the white horse, 5 out of it, and chasing Celtics Wildcat. And Celtics Wildcat in wild fashion. Quarter horses clear by 1. Right Winged is next. And now Ghost of Genevieve comes sneaking through to the inside. Ghost of Genevieve, that 3, just off the flank of the pace-setting Celtics Wildcat. Impulsus, 5 from the front, and Moonshine Moxie last out of the gate, last right now, and shoved on hard. That's not the case for Harry and Celtics Wildcat, gliding along with a quarter of a mile to go. Ghost of Genevieve bugs to the inside. After that is Right Winged, and these 3 are 9 clear from an on-charging Moonshine Moxie, and they head for home. On the outside, Right Winged trying to re-engage with Celtics Wildcat. Ghost of Genevieve still plugs away to the inside, and we have 3 abreast, and here comes Right Winged at 5-1. Right Winged, right place, right time, winner circle.
11th career victory for this 8-year-old mare. It's been a long time since she's seen the winner's circle, Sarah, and Right Winged will go back to it today.
Yeah, able to just sit off of the pace-setting Celtics Wildcat right where we thought she would be early. And she ran a much better race today than last time, but not able to hold off some of these horses coming to her late. Ghost of Genevieve coming up the rail as well to go get second. But give credit to the 8-year-old, able to school this field at the end.
And it turns out she did get a little bit to run at and was able to kind of make that closing kick. Ghost of Genevieve, who was the new face on the rail, an easy spot for a horse to kind of be in an uncomfortable position, be discouraged. She kept on actually pretty gamely to be second.
Yeah, and if you took the one new face to this group, you're able to get some good horses at prices into the exactas. The 2 longest shots in the field end up finishing 1-2, but this is a race that was controlled more on the front end. Those 2 other horses that were wanting to come pick up some pieces late had nothing to offer.
Right Winged with the win. It was 5-3-4 in the third at Canterbury Park. Bring your prices in a moment. Then we're back on the turf and some more stakes action to come with the Curtis Sampson Oaks up next. But 2 days are down with the Royal Ascot meeting, and the Americans are on the board. We'll recap some of the excitement going on across the pond after this.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward. It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign, what the Peter Pan.
Hey, horse players, check out Canterbury Park racing now through September 16th. Canterbury Park offers 10% takeout on the post-time pit 4 and late pit 5 every racing day. That's the lowest takeout in the nation. 10% takeout, come play.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Somebody lost their pony. Somebody taking a break. Race 3 in the books at Canterbury Park. Right Winged came running on the outside to get the win.
Able to just sit off of that pace setter Celtics Wildcat, who is not able to hang on to the lead yet again, but did run a much better race today. And first time this horse has been in the winner's circle in quite some time, the 8-year-old of the group.
Yeah, picks up the 11th win of her career. That was start number 55 for Right Winged. Lindy Wade in the saddle gets the victory over the number 3 Ghost of Genevieve, with the big price being a new face in there, but a $12 winner in the third at Canterbury Park. We're back into stakes action coming up in the fourth, going a mile on the main track for the 3-year-old fillies in the Curtis Sampson Oaks. This is a fun one coming up. I think a really intriguing race and one I've been looking forward to today. It's a pretty big field, and Flashy Gem is currently 4-5 for Brad Cox as she comes out of, yes, a disappointing effort, but trying the Grade 2 Edgewood at Churchill last time out.
Yes, she does, and Florent Giroux looking to get another stakes win, as he did in that earlier stakes race with Fuerteventura, this time for Brad Cox, who has brought some horses over in the past at Canterbury Park on big nights like this.
We'll see if he can get another victory with that Baltioro filly. But earlier, I guess this morning for us, but across the pond, Royal Ascot going on. Race day 2, I should say, kicked off today, and it kicked off with the 2-year-old fillies with the Group 2 Queen Mary and Crimson Advocate, who had just made her first turf start last time out. Down the Royal Palm race at Gulfstream Park, which is a win and you're in for going to Royal Ascot. And George Weaver, who has been on an absolute tear lately, Sarah, obviously is able to keep that momentum going in England as well.
And John Velasquez doing what John Velasquez does so well on turf, on dirt, sprints, routes, doesn't matter, going to the lead and just running everybody off their feet, able to hold on in what ended up being a pretty close photo late. But I mean, he has just had so much success here lately, as you mentioned, and always great to see not only just the Americans win over at Ascot, but for him to have a big year following everything that happened last year and just really getting off the mark with some good horses lately. Just exciting to see, and she's quick.
She is. She's now 2 for 2 on the turf and picks up the Group 2 Queen Mary. Very, very game effort from this young filly for George Weaver. And as you said, for the Weaver family, George's wife, Cindy Hutter, involved in a pretty serious accident during training when she was galloping a horse last year up in Saratoga, where she was in a coma for quite some time, and she was actually able to travel to the UK to be at Ascot with her family today, which is just so special and amazing to see the barn having such success as well. A big win for the Connections too, and we love seeing those Americans successful over there. My husband is on the plane right now. I'm leaving tomorrow. We have Big Invasion on Saturday, so hopefully we keep the momentum going.
Yeah, you'll be carrying all the American hopes and dreams going over there.
I hope so.
I'm glad that he was able to make it onto the plane.
Yes, yes. You made things a little tight with traffic getting to JFK, but big congratulations to the Weaver team and all the Connections of Crimson Advocate. Over to Penn National, we have race number 4 coming up next, 1 mile and 70 yards on the turf for 3-year-olds and upward. How do you say the name of the two? I wrote it down, and now I can't read my own writing.
You're supposed to be the one with all the name pronunciations. It sounds a little fancier than I would have thought it to be, but you're probably right.
Yeah.
But your favorite right now?
I did look it up. I actually did, and now I can't remember, which is the problem.
It's okay.
Anyway,
he forgives
that's
you.
Your favorite, the number 2, 7 to 5 right now. I gave my best chance here. The number 5, Speak of the Devil, is taking some money at 2 to 1. First time on the turf, and there's not much turf pedigree on the bottom side.
No, there's not. And we see a lot of horses at Penn National tonight who are trying something new with getting onto the turf course for the first time. And this is a race where you have your favorite, the number 2, Auchengrove. We'll go with that since that's what you're thinking. He's been off since last November. He's going out for trainer Michael Pino for the first time, who does have some okay numbers getting horses in his barn for the first time. Off 180 plus days. He's 3 for 21, so not great, but not terrible either. 14%, $2.10 ROI past 5 years. He's just been running faster than a lot of his competition.
Yeah, that horse, the number 2, 7 to 5 right now. Speak of the Devil at 5 to 1. We'll see who can handle the conditions here. We're on the turf going 1 mile and 70 yards. We send it over to track announcer John Bogart for the call.
It is now post time. Ready for the start. There. For the lead inside, it's Dr. Green Thumb. Rushing up the outside, there goes Red Devolution. And also on the move toward the rail, the Man to See. Red Devolution takes it by a length. The Man to See is second. Then to the outside comes Last Second Louis racing third. And from between runners then, Speak of the Devil is in the 4th spot. There's about a length then to Auchengrove, 2.5 more then to Don't Question Me, and then about 4 to the early trailer, Dr. Green Thumb now. They move to the backstretch, and with the lead here, Red Devolution has it by about a half length to the outside. Last Second Louis right up on the pace second. From between horses, it is Speak of the Devil. Next inside comes the Man to See. Just a length then to Octon Groove in the 5th position. There's about 4 lengths then to Don't Question Me. Another 3.5 to Dr. Green Thumb. They race to the far turn. Holding a short advantage here, it is Red Devolution. Last second, Louis looks to take them on now as they head to the top of the lane. Toward the rail then, the Man to See is next. Octon Groove now 4th. Dropping out of the running there a bit, Speak of the Devil as they're at the top of the stretch. It is Red Devolution holding it, trying to come after him now, the Man to See. Here's Octon Groove coming on. Last second, Louis is tapered off with his bid. The Man to See now with Red Devolution. Octon Groove the outside. Here's Octon Groove striking the front. Octon Groove to win it. Close for a second, the Man to See, or Red Devolution. And then it was last second, Louis checking in 4th.
Your favorite, a winner, the number 2, Octon Groove. It wasn't too far off, I don't think. This one able to sit just behind the pace setters there. And the number 3, the Man to See. That is not an easy horse to ride, Sarah.
No, all kinds of traffic early going into the turn. You could tell he had horse going in there, but just no place to go. And then when he was finally turned loose, trying to duck in a little bit, trying to keep that horse straight was a little bit difficult. He ran fairly well, but the favorite just too much.
Making his first start for Michael Pino after being in the barn of the one and only King T. Leatherberry. I still have a Ben's Cat bobblehead on my desk. If anybody that's been by my desk in New York, always love my Ben's Cat. The Lady Canterbury Stake coming up a little bit later on the card at Canterbury Park. And it will be race number 6, and you touched on this a little bit earlier in the show, Sarah, was She Can't Sing, a filly who, or I should say now a mare for Chris Block, who's just been remarkably consistent and has definitely been able to hold her own against some really, really tough graded stakes company on turf and dirt.
Yeah, she's looking to repeat this year in the later Canterbury Stakes. We see her winning this race last year over a Mike Maker horse in Amalfi Princess. I think that this field this year might be arguably a little bit tougher, but she's just been so versatile, able to win on all 3 surfaces at all sorts of different distances. She's tactical. She ran into Didia, who just ran 2nd in our Grade 1 New York Stakes the other day on Belmont Stakes Eve. She's just the class of this field.
She's a graded stakes winner on dirt, having taken the Chaluki back in November. Won that later Lady Canterbury last year, as mentioned. She's a multiple stakes winner on the turf as well, including a couple big wins over at the fairgrounds too. So consistent. She's 9-5 on the morning line. That's the Lady Canterbury Stakes coming up a little bit later on the card. Up next at Canterbury, though, is the Curtis Sampson Oaks, as we'll be going a mile on the main track for the 3-year-old fillies in our next stake of the day coming up here. And we'll see who can get back to the winner's circle and what's a pretty interesting race. Flashy Gem, no surprise though, for trainer Brad Cox. Sarah taking a lot of attention at 4-5, as this one will look to get back to some of those big races we saw at the end of her 2-year-old season, and even that synthetic race back in February.
Certainly been keeping good company. My main concern with her, does she need the lead? Is she that need the lead type of horse? Because that's when she's been successful, and when she can't establish that, not so much.
Both of her victories came wiring the field, both on turf and on synthetic. She's been training sharply on the grass at Churchill Downs after trying the Edgewood last time out, where she took money too, and she was forward kind of in that chasing spot, not able to sustain anything late. 4-5 right now, but some intriguing other runners in the field, and you'll get a nice price if you like anybody else in here. How do you see this race playing out as far as the tactics are concerned?
Well, I think she has to try to go, right? If that's the way that she's been successful in the past, she's certainly going to be forwardly placed early. But I think a horse like the number 7, Cupid's Crush, coming out of some of those shorter races, it's her turf and a route debut. The Dam had success dirt sprinting, but the Grand Dam's actually a turf winner going a mile right here at Canterbury. I think that coming out of those shorter races, that speed is going to translate early, especially if she translates to the turf as well and possibly even steps up on the surface. I think that's going to make things very difficult early on for your 4-5 favorite.
That's a look at the number 2, Leopardess. Jonathan Thomas on the board already, as we saw him win the second race with Fuerteventura. Leopardess, I thought it was funny that this filly actually started her career over in Ireland with Jessica Harrington. She's by Bobby's Kitten.
Yeah, it's kind of a fun pedigree for her. And she was one that was second in her U.S. debut before receiving some time off over the winter. And that return race on May 18th with Horseshoe Indianapolis, she was able to close very resolutely into a slow pace. It was very visually impressive to watch. I know that 62 buyer doesn't necessarily make her competitive here yet. But if that was just a starting point for her 3-year-old season and being able to close into some of those slower dynamics early, if she gets the setup, I'm curious to see what we get from her. And she's a pretty square price right now.
And I am curious to see where she's placed as well, because she was pretty far back in that most recent effort. And oftentimes, you see Jonathan Thomas kind of go a little bit slowly with horses coming over from Europe. They usually take a race or two to kind of get their feet underneath of them as far as the American racing. And she did show a little bit of speed actually over in Ireland. And obviously it's different run races, different types of races and different tactics employed versus what you're going to have here. But there's an argument to be made that now she's second off the layoff. She has the win under her belt. She can break a little bit sharper and maybe not be on the lead, but get into the game a little bit more.
And that could certainly help her chances, too. I think this is a good patient type of progression with her going into a stakes race like this, since he's already bringing over so many other horses. Might as well see what she's made of in a spot like this.
The number 3, Royal Laughter, has a big turf pedigree. We'll see how she handles it as Cody Rosen, her trainer, is standing by with Paul.
You're right, Acacia. The 3 does have a big pedigree for the turf, and I am with trainer here, Cody Rosine. And Cody, you tried to get this horse on the turf last time, and she erred.
Yeah, well, we think she likes the grass, her pedigree, the way she trains, and it got canceled off the grass. So we were actually looking to see if we had a chance coming here. The owners are from here. It's our biggest night, so we were trying to get them to the big dance, and she performed really well, and we're just hoping that she likes the turf.
You know, Cody, you've been training for like 3-4 years. You had a string at Oaklawn. You've been really doing well in the claiming box. What's it to have a horse like this and, you know, maybe get a stakes win, something like that?
It's great. I mean, you know, we started with the claimers and we've done well, and Joy and Jim put their trust in us with their young horses, and you know, it's paid off. And so hopefully we can keep it going. We bought a bunch of babies this year, and hopefully we got more in the pipeline.
Tell us a little bit about the jockey Dale Barrios Lopez. He's having a tremendous meet.
Yeah, I don't know too much about him. I watched some replays from Arizona, and I was really impressed by him. And I just thought he'd fit this filly really well. He's got one in the Derby for me, and he's really got a bright future ahead of him, I think.
Well, good luck with this one. Good luck in the Derby, Cody, and good luck with the rest of the year. Cody Rosine, an up-and-coming trainer around the nation, guys.
He's got a chance in here. Paul, thank you. We'll start off the post parade, though, with the number 1, Knock Your Socks Off.
Certainly stakes face in the past. 1 of 2 for Chris Block in here, who sends out She Can't Sing later on.
Here's Leopardess, last out maiden winner.
Yeah, that one we talked about that closed into a slow pace and really has a lot of upside if you like her, a very square price.
There's Cody's Charge, Royal Laughter, the sibling Hill House High, grade 2 winner, very good on turf.
Yeah, earned almost $500,000. There's other 2 turf winners in the siblings, and this one could certainly take to the surface.
Tough spot to do so, and she's a nice price if you like her by Cairo Prince. There's the number 4, Flashy Gem, your favorite.
Certainly was going to take play based on the connections. Last year, Cox and Drew were 0-3 with very short prices, though he's had success here in the past.
6-5 right now on Flashy Gem, as she is a very short price. We'll see if she's able to dictate things on the front end. Next will be the number 5, slowly but surely coming along, CC Cruise Control.
It seems as though some others have caught up to her 2-year-old form. She hasn't gone on quite as much from 2 to 3. She's been off the board since last September.
And she broke her maiden at Ellis Park back as a 2-year-old. There's the number 6, Lil Miss Moonlight.
Finally able to break through with that win last time out at Horseshoe Indianapolis after 4 consecutive seconds in her first 4 races.
Really by City of Light. There's Cupid's Crush. She could be a player as far as the pace is concerned.
Certainly. Her turf and route debuts, there's some turf pedigree to suggest she might be able to handle it. Her trainer, Mac Robertson, has some good stats with switching horses from dirt over to turf.
Don't Get Pickled, back to the grass.
A fun name. She's only run twice on turf in her 11 starts, so she's had a lot of experience, but she's been in some tough spots on dirt.
And to be fair, she's 2 for 2 on the grass. Going back to the turf, we'll see if she can make it 3 for 3 today. There's the number 9, Laura Min, stretching out.
Not entirely sure she wants that stretch out, but Block has some solid sprint to route numbers on turf. They're not outstanding, but they're there. 7 for 46, 15% with a $2.12 ROI past 5 years.
Does look like she's a pretty leggy type of filly. We'll see if she can handle it. Intriguing race here with the Curtis Sampson Oaks. Let's check in with Jonathan.
Thanks, Keisha. Look, all turf pick 3. I love a little gimmicky pick 3. I like an all stakes. I like a cross country. I enjoy an all turf pick 3 here. I'm ice cold here. I don't need any. If you want to use a little A/B operation and have some backup tickets, I encourage you to do so. But for a 1 ticket, 1 shot, 1 kill here, I'm going to go with the ice cold. I'm going to single the 4 Flashy Jim to get started in the first leg. This horse likes to win wire to wire. You watch that Edgewood back. This horse had to take back because the stablemate made the lead. Brad Cox wasn't going to send both of them around there to ding dong. I think Flashy Jim much more dangerous on the front end. In the second leg, in the Lady Canterbury, I'm going to go with the 5 Regal Realm for Jonathan Thomas. I thought this horse was very impressive at Belmont. The pace was fast that day. The figure was fast. And I think that this horse will be able to sit right off of the speed to the outside and work out a great trip. I understand that the 3 She Can't Sing, talented horse, but does come from out of it. And I think we'll have to run down the 5 Regal Realm. And then to wrap it up in the Canterbury Derby, I'm going to use the 1 in Vermilion. This horse, we've talked about this on the show before. I'm not 100% sure this horse is going to love the turf. But all this horse needs to do is like the turf, just a little bit. This horse is so much faster than the rest of these horses on dirt. If they can just handle the turf just a smidge, I think they'll be fine. Ice cold, all turf, pick 3, 4, 5, 1.
All right, JK, best of luck. I love it. I'm with Jonathan. I think those kind of multi-race wagers are so fun. The all-turf sequences, plenty of opportunities tonight at Canterbury to take advantage of those types of wagers and that low takeout we talked about.
Absolutely. I think that he's got a crafty, skinny kind of ticket to get everybody involved, all those watching. If you want to play along and get a part of some of the action, favorites do win pretty frequently over at Canterbury Park. So I like his angle with that and just a way to get involved with some of these exciting wagers that they have going on. It's a cool, exotic kind of menu to be a part of over there.
There's a field for the Curtis Sampson Oaks coming up next. Flashy Gem, still the favorite. Let's go to Paul.
Yeah, when you look at the favorite in here, Flashy Gem, you kind of wonder because the best number this horse has had on the turf is a 68, or the last time you call it a 78. I just think that the horse got an inflated number. I know it was a much more, probably deeper field last time out for Flashy Gem, but you do get Florent Giroux and Brad Cox. And I think when a lot of people see that at Canterbury, hence you get 4 to 5. I don't see 4 to 5 on Flashy Gem. Can she win this race? 100%. She's the horse to beat. The 2 block runners I'm interested in, I can't believe the 9, 6 to 1, lure him in. Chris Block's a guy that he's a tiny bit like Michael Maker. We talk about Michael Maker that takes horses that go 1.25 miles, 1.5 miles. Chris Block is kind of in that territory. He can get a horse to go long on the turf. And lure him in is the son of Tappet out of the last Samurai Mare, or first Samurai Mare, And I think it was very impressive for a Tappet to win sprinting on the turf the first time this horse got on the lawn. And then next time was caught behind traffic again in a sprint. Now they're going to stretch him out to 1 mile today. I think she's got a big shot here at 6 to 1. And I think his other runner does too as well. Knock Your Socks Off. The daughter of Kitten's Joy. We saw a daughter of Kitten's Joy just missed a little bit earlier. This horse has got a couple of races to go to, especially the Jessamine that put her right there. So, I was 1-4-9 in here. And I actually bet the 9 across the board because I think the 9 actually paraded well. But they are pounding the 4. The pick 3 to the 4 is $34. The next lowest is $150 to the 9. So the 4 is getting played in all the multis, whatever. But I don't care. I'm taking a shot with the 9 here. Lure him in.
6 to 1. I like the price, Paul. Best of luck. It did look like a big leggy filly, so she's a little bit intriguing. Chris Block has the bookends here, and Paul mentioned Knocked Your Socks Off and who she's faced recently.
certainly been facing quite a bit of competition that would be a very short price in a field like this. Her big race was in the Jessamine, won by Delight. Ended up kind of disappointing in her next couple of starts, but certainly has some back class to go back to.
They go in for the Curtis Sampson Oaks. We'll send it up to track announcer Paul Allen for the call.
Running of the Northbound Pride / Kurt Sampson Oaks. Lure him in, wearing Bob Lothenbach's colors, goes in. 9 in the line for the Kurt Sampson Oaks. And they're racing in the Kurt Sampson Oaks, named for the longtime chairman of Canterbury Park, Kurt Sampson, may God rest his soul. Cupid's Crush in the turf debut is looking to crush on the early lead, and Cupid's Crush shows terrific speed. The favored Flashy Gem right there on the lead. 8 and 9 drifted out badly around the turn. Don't Get Pickled to the inside of Lorem Inn, and Lorem Inn settles in about 2 lengths from the lead and now 3 wide. Flashy Gem now 2.5 lengths behind Cupid's Crush and to the inside of Little Miss Moonlight. That one is 5th, but a very close 5th, and about 4 lengths clear from CC Cruise Control. After that, the Brit make that Royal Laughter in the turf debut, about 2.5 lengths behind said Brit, Leopardess, and that one is 8 lengths from the lead. Knock Your Socks Off would have to do so from 10 out of it into the far turn they go in the 75K Kurt Sampson Oaks, and we have 3 astern around the turn, and Cupid's Crush still with run. Cupid's Crush puts a length on the field. Lorem Inn rolls into second. That's the 9. Right behind them, Flashy Gem sequestered, blocked by the leading 2, and pinned in by Leopardess, and they head for home, and still on the lead is Cupid's Crush. Flashy Gem, the rider, has the orange sleeves, but Cupid's Crush is not stopping. In the turf debut, Cupid's Crush looking to win 3 in a row, and looking very, very good. Cupid's Crush in the winner's circle, and at 8-1 as the Kurt Sampson Oaks champion.
Cupid's Crush with the win. We were wondering if she might be part of the pace, getting on the turf and stretching out for the first time, Sarah, but not only was she part of the pace, she was dominant in here.
She was. She really pulled away in the end, too, able to put a little bit of separation on everybody else before they tried to come get her late. Really impressive effort for her. First time getting on the grass, first time stretching out in distance. I feel as though they might keep her at these kind of distances on the surface.
I would think so. Your favorite Flashy Gem, I think we'll have to settle for second. She was not able to run the race tactically like we normally expect her to. She was forced to sit in a rating position.
And still able to not completely give up. I mean, she was able to finish second, and this is a cool angle, seeing from the inside of the turf course. I think you get a better glance at things like we did in that first stakes race. But she just seems like a horse that if she's not in front early, she's not going to have her best chance to be successful, and that's not what happened today.
Looks like it was 7-4-6 under the line in the Curtis Sampson Oaks, but no doubt about the winner. The number 7, Cupid's Crush, makes her turf debut, a winning one after that big turf workout back on June 17th. She wins 3 in a row, and this one on the grass, and a stakes victory. More on the winner after this.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside. Right a hold of Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and play all of the action on the program with up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code BONUS200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus right after your first deposit. Get started at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match today. At Canterbury Park in the Curtis Sampson Oaks, it was the number 7 Cupid's Crush, dominant in her turf debut.
A lot of new things coming her way, and she was able to handle them all, and you got a pretty square price on her. She's able to defeat the favorite in Flashy Gem, just took them gate to wire, and was very impressive in here.
A nice effort from that filly by Cupid to get the job done. Holding off your favorite Flashy Gem, who had to change her style of running today. She was still able to be second, but no catching this filly, who was pretty dominant with Eduardo Gallardo in the saddle. As she went off at 8-1, she took a little money from her 12-1 morning line, but still a generous price over your 4-5 favorite.
And a decent exacta payout, too, for $2 with the favorite included in there, $64.80 for that. So a very interesting race, and goes to the upsetter trying something new for the first time.
Taking a look at what's coming up next at Canterbury, we'll be going 6 furlongs on the main track. It's a claiming race, $7,500 claiming price for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. There's a look at the field, and Chive up 1-2 right now. I know this filly's in good form, but whew, that's a short price.
And big scratch of a horse, though, is your 9-5 favorite on the morning line with Where's Frankie, but this one taking all of that one's money and more.
And that took a lot of the other speed out as well. But speed from Cupid's Crush, as she loved the turf. Let's head down to Paul with her connections.
Yeah, I'm with winning trainer here, McLean Robertson, a.k.a. Mac. And Mac, man, she's a nice filly. She clicked off some nice fractions in 134. Now, I know you worked her over the turf. You must have loved what you saw.
You know, I've always really liked her. She's always been fast and does the right thing. And you know, when they come to her, she's always pretty tough. So the only time she didn't run the best, I run her back quick. And other than that, she's just been really hard trying to fill with a lot of speed. And seems like she likes the competition, which is always good to have.
When you get first time on the turf, you never really know. But when she broke on top and broke so sharply, were you confident, okay, she likes the turf, she might keep on going here?
Well, she's at home and she trains here, so it gives you, you know, it's hard to ship to Churchill Downs. Okay. If you're here, it makes sense to run her. And the filly's got a lot of talent. She won at Oaklawn. She went fast last time and she did it easy. I mean, I liked her. I like the 9-horse field too, you know, and yeah, she's a good horse. And it's nice to win with after Curtis Sampson. He got this place rolling. The place has been great to me, so it's nice to have a trophy that says Curtis Sampson on it.
Well, that's awesome. And she's a Minnesota bred. You have so many different options with her, McLean. So good luck with her on the way as Cupid's Crush crushed this field, and a great job here by Mac.
Thank you.
Great job indeed, and loved what he said about how special it was to have the trophy with Curtis Sampson on it and celebrating all that has taken place over at Canterbury Park.
Exactly, and these are connections that are really synonymous with what Canterbury Park is all about. They have a lot of horses there. They have a lot of success there. So able to get a win with a horse in this kind of stakes race, really voicing what that means to them is really cool.
Lots of love for Cupid's Crush in the winner's circle. Back over at Penn National, we have the 5th race coming up next. It's a mile on the main track in this allowance optional claiming race. And taking a look at the field, a couple of horses at 2-1 right now between the 3 Lucky Running Cat and your favorites, the 4 Caddy's Uncle. It's like a cat exacta.
Hunch play?
I am a cat lady.
You do like cats.
Yeah, I do.
What's the name of your cat again?
Pippin.
Pippin. Oh, so cute.
Yes, Pippin's my child. Yes.
Oh.
We actually have 2 cats at the moment because we're cat sitting.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we have Pippin and Mustache.
Wow, what a great name.
Yes, yeah. The top of his head looks like a mustache. So
oh, but
yeah,
not like
cute.
the actual.
But
mustache.
he's French. Mustache is from France. He's a French cat. So we
okay.
have a very international cat household.
And is he going to Royal Ascot as well?
No, they're both staying home. Yeah, they're both staying home in Saratoga. Anyway, Caddy's Uncle 3-2. Any thoughts on this 5th race?
It seems like Caddy's Uncle and the 5 Eye on the Candy are going to be pretty close to the pace early. I wonder if Lucky Running Cat can be the one to come scoop them up for your cat exacta to come through.
We'll see if it takes place. Race 5 from Penn National. Up next, here's John Boger with the call.
It is now post time. They're in the gate. They're off. Shifting Gears broke well, or Shifting Gears did not break well, came away 15 behind his field. Out for the lead, it is Synonym. And to the outside, then Caddy's uncle is right there. Then toward the rail comes Lucky Running Cat. Far outside, then Eye on the Candy, Fletcher's Station. Second last, and still a good 17 lengths back to the slow starting Shifting Gears. They move to the backstretch, 24-1 for the opening quarter. And with the lead, it is Cinnamon. Got it by about a length. Caddy's uncle is second. Inside then, Lucky Running Cat. The outside, it's Eye of the Candy, about 3 lengths to Fletcher Station. And it's still well back to Shifting Gears, who completely blew the start here. The half went into 48 flat. Synonym holds it. Caddy's uncle ready to pounce now as they race to the far turn. There's a little more than a length then to Lucky Running Cat to his outside. Eye on the Candy. Fletcher Station's trying to mount a rally. He's got about 6.5 to make up. And still well back to Shifting Gears. Synonym holds it by about 2, coming to the quarter pole. Caddy's uncle chases second. Inside now, Lucky Running Cat looks for room along the inside. And Eye on the Candy is back to 4th, but Cinnamon just keeps widening here. The longest price on the board, Synonym's looking to pull a shocker, opening up by about 3.5 to the outside. It's Lucky Running Cat inside. Caddy's uncle, Synonym, blows up the board here. It was Caddy's uncle getting second. Lucky Running Cat was third, and Eye on the Candy finished 4th.
Synonym takes them gate to wire with Manuel Aguilar in the saddle. This gelding making his first start for the barn, stretched out in distance and was able to use that speed to his advantage there.
Really an aggressive ride and well handled on the front end. He kind of looks like he's looking at something towards the inside. Yeah, but didn't matter regardless.
But a poor beginning for the number 1, Shifting Gears, who really dwelt at the start. I would imagine that the stewards will take a look at that to make sure that he was not hindered at the break in the event that he might be declared a non-starter. It's hard to tell from that angle, but usually when there's such a significant poor break like that, they'll take a look at it just to be sure.
Right, and you want to make sure that he was a fair starter for that race. He was actually able to pass a horse ultimately, so maybe he's a bet back for next time if you like him.
Well, on that note, it's time for us to say goodbye. Great job, as always. Fun getting a chance to share the desk with you. We're going to pass it over to the boys for the second half of the show. Lafitte Pinkai and Richard Migliori coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way as we continue on with some more exciting stakes action to come at Canterbury Park. And the hot jockey of the moment, Jareth Loveberry, finished second in the Kentucky Derby with 2 fills. Paul LaDuca had a chance to catch up with Jareth and talk a little bit about the big horse.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here. They come for the finish. Here is Nagarok, who takes off. Nagarok will roll. Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Canterbury Park's BCBC handicapping contest is September 13th. $1,000 entry fee and $1,000 live bankroll. Play on expressbet.com or at the park. Win your way to the Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge or the National Horse Players Championship in Canterbury Park's BCBC NHC qualifier contest on Wednesday, September 13th. Powered by ExpressBet.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I am so happy to be in the paddock with one of my favorite race callers of all time, Richard Grunder, 37 years behind the mic at Tampa, but that doesn't stop there. He was announcing races 1973 in Alberta, Canada, Richard.
Yeah, Paul, it's been a great run. Yeah, it's been a great run. I'll tell you what, a lot of years, and I was able to live my dream. Thanks to a great wife, let me travel all around the country, and we just buckled up, and I was able to live my dream.
Well, the thing is, a lot of people don't know that you were calling races at Tampa for a lot of time, but when Tampa ended, you would come here to Canterbury, and you were a jockey agent.
Yes, I was. I was here when they built the grandstand, and except for 91, 92, when Ladbroke run it in the ground before Mr. Sampson and Mr. Shenyon saved racing, and I went to Exarban for a couple of years, but it's always been like a second home. And actually, back in the 80s, it was my home. Me and Diana built a house here, and then it folded, and we made home in Tampa. So, yeah, I'm very fortunate, very blessed.
Now, you have Alonso Quinones and Constantino Roman as your two jockey. Constantino just had a bad bub, but it's got to be a lot of pleasure for you. You're still involved in the horse racing.
Yeah.
Do you love that part about it?
Yeah, I do. I keep a toe in the water, and two great kids to work for. And come up here, love it here in the summer, do a lot of fishing. Told them going in I'll be doing a lot of fishing, a couple fly-in trips to Canada on the bush plane, and they understand. And hopefully keep my health and enjoy the final furlong of a great route race.
If they ever need a pinch hitter, are you in for a call here or there?
What I was. I filled in for Paul quite a bit, but no more. I'm done.
Well, you got to give me one. Give me one of the phrases, Richard, before I got to throw it to Lafitte.
He's in the clear and strictly the one to catch.
That's all you need to know, Lafitte.
Great stuff with Richard Grunder, Paul. Grunder, synonymous with Tampa Bay Downs for decades. Like all those calls in the Tampa Bay Derbies, horses that ran in those Tampa Bay Derbies, won Kentucky Derbies, the Street Sense, Super Saver do come to mind. For Grunder tonight, he's hoping to be part of a Canterbury Derby winner. That's a little bit later on this evening. The headline event, 3-year-olds, Mile Long Grass, $100,000 purse. And while number one in Vermilion, is the 6-5 morning line favorite. Grunder will be pulling for number 6, Café Caliente, ridden by Alonso Quinones, represented by Richard Grunder. As I welcome in my co-host, champion jockey, Richie Migliori. Richie, it's a fun night of racing at Canterbury. We'll get back to the Derby in a moment, but just wanted to start big picture with the event itself and what this means when you're talking about a big night at one of these smaller racetrack. Why so exciting for the fans and everyone competing?
Well, it's just not a run-of-the-mill evening, right? You have horses shipping in, horsemen shipping in, trainers that people may have read about but never actually saw their horses compete, and the riders that come in. I mean, you have the runner-up in the Kentucky Derby this evening, Jareth Loveberry, there for the evening, and they're getting an opportunity to see a better quality of horse that they may see on an everyday card.
And circling back to the Derby for 3-year-olds, and one in Vermilion, who is the favorite, 6-5 on the morning line, Richie, despite the fact he has never raced on grass.
Yeah, I mean, you have to dig a little bit to find some real turf pedigree here. The Grand Dam, Queen's Carousel, was a turf winner. The mare has not produced any turf winners as of yet. What I do like is this horse has kept really good company. He's comported himself very well, Lafitte. He's got a big workout on the turf.
An indication that perhaps he'll handle the surface just fine. One in Vermilion, however. Worthington, he's the second choice. Now, he has won on grass, but he struggled this year. This was his most recent victory last fall at Churchill Downs on the lawn.
But, you start worrying when a horse that was so successful as a 2-year-old, and he hasn't run to those 2-year-old numbers yet. Normally they actually improve and run better as an older horse. We haven't seen that from him yet. Now, they did try to put him on the Kentucky Derby trail, right? He ran in the Sam Davis. That was a failed experiment. Then he ran in the Rushaway on synthetic. It's not turf. Some horses handle synthetic, handle turf. And then last time he got back to turf, and it was just a poor effort without a lot of excuse. So you start questioning whether maybe he just didn't make that step forward. Maybe he was just a precocious 2-year-old.
And his jockey, as you mentioned, well, that's Luis Saez, but to be ridden by Jareth Lufberry tonight. 35-year-old jockey, finally a first ride in the Derby, and that close to winning the Run for the Roses. Much more on that a little bit later on this evening. Of course, we invite you to get involved, play with us at NYRA Bets. That guy puts on a serious show, by the way. Stay tuned. He was the star of the show last year. That $200 deposit match anytime, any place, anywhere, NYRABets.com. He does it all. The Tap Shoes, letting you know there's a big race. Big race is just around the corner. This one just a $7,500 claimer. Post-break, you saw Betty's Bar. Here's Chasing Shadows, Ontario bred, popular at the Claim Box.
Yeah, and dropping in class off of Claim, making a set start for Bruce Rican. I think, obviously, a major player here.
Silvera, number 3, hasn't been close in this year in 5 races.
No, kind of experimenting, right? They went longer, they went to turf. Just feels like this horse lost form a little bit.
6-1, number 4. Sally's in the Sunset, first after the Claim gave Silva.
Well, speed. Speed's always dangerous. This horse should be very forward here.
And the favorite, odds on Chive Up, the speedy Oklahoma bred.
Yeah, listen, this is horses 6 wins from 16 starts. I like horses that know the path to the winner's circle.
There she is, and benefits from the scratch of Where's Frankie, who would have been the favorite, working 9 to 5, like you can't say it without singing it, Richie.
Yeah, but we're actually working till 10:30. So
2:30 in the morning.
This horse's last start on dirt at Turf Paradise was good, but that was for less money. Tried turf. Now he shows up in a tougher spot here.
Finally, there she is, working 9 to 5. But the race really turned upside down with the scratch. Where's Frankie, who was the morning line favorite? Chive Up is odds on and fast. Where's Frankie is quick. With her absence, it looks like Chive Up should control things from the start.
Well, it really changed the complexion of the race. There is a little bit of other speed in here, but now Chive Up is the speed from the outside. She doesn't have really any pace pressure from her outside now. So even if somebody goes crazy on the inside and outruns her for the lead, she can set up a nice stalking trip.
Late Pick 5 starts here. Chive Up. This is May 29th, facing $5,000 claiming company. Chive Up, Richie, just in command from Jump Street.
Yeah, opened up an insurmountable lead in the middle of the race. Seemed got a little bit leg weary, but sometimes other horses just get leg weary chasing you on the feet. And they used her speed as her weapon, and she continued on. And you get the same 5-pound apprentice back aboard, Daylor Lopez here.
Race shape in favor on paper for Chive Up, 3 to 5 as we check in with Jonathan Kinchin standing by. J.K., the last time I asked you about a selection in the race, it was the Belmont Stakes. This one, a little different. Who do you like in this $7,500 claiming event?
I don't know what you're talking about. It's really not that different. They're 4-legged animals. They're running around a semicircle. You can wager on them. It feels basically exactly the same to me. So I like the 5 Chive Up. It's a short-priced horse, but thank goodness I got a pick 5 starting here. Low takeout, pick 5 at that. So you don't have to be as price-sensitive here, I wouldn't think. Now, here's the interesting part about it is Chive Up is not just kind of faster early. He's a lot faster. And you heard Richie mention that if someone decides to be really aggressive to the inside of Chive Up, then she can have some options sitting on the outside to kind of sit and see what happens. I think that would be a huge mistake for lots of different reasons. One, if someone's in front of Chive Up, they're going entirely too fast. If Chive Up's not on the lead, they're making a mistake. This horse has a weapon in this race that no one else has, and it's early speed. It'd be like telling Tyreek Hill to run a bunch of 5-yard out routes for the entire game. Go to the front, expand on your position, and win this one for fun.
I'm sure there's a better example out there somewhere. Tyreek Hill might be in a little bit of hot water, J.K. As far as the 10% takeout of which you referenced, why is that so significant in this start of the late pick 5 at Canterbury?
Well, there's no quote-unquote house, as it were, like you in a casino. This is a pari-mutuel game. We all put our money in the middle. And then the house does take 10% or 14%, sometimes 25%, depending on the wager amount. So what you want to do is the lower the takeout, it makes it a little bit easier. You can be right a little less often. It makes it just a more approachable game for more. You're getting 90 cents on your dollar rather than 80 cents. It's just simple math.
Yeah, it makes a difference, JK. Yeah, take advantage of the 10% takeout, 50-cent minimum. The starting late pick 5 with this $7,500 claiming event, Richie. They don't. That's why they run the races, because sometimes they unfold very differently than how they look on paper as you look at Chasing Shadows. Should Chive Up, for whatever reason, not be at her best. Maybe she doesn't break. Maybe she just doesn't bring her ABC game. Who do you think has the most upside to pull off what would be considered a minor upset?
Well, I think the 2-horse Chasing Shadows, the second choice, would be the most logical upsetter. This horse has run some races fast enough, certainly, to be very competitive here, and is dropping in class. And when horses drop in class, it's amazing. As a rider, Lafitte, I would ride a horse that was maybe overmatched a bit. And I wasn't crazy about the horse. I didn't even like the way they felt that much because they had to struggle. They had to try so hard to be in the race. And I would tell my agent, I really didn't like that horse. Then the horse would drop down in class, and I'd ride him back, and suddenly they felt different.
A little different.
And they ran different, and because they had an opportunity to get up in the bridle and carry you there, take you there, instead of me forcing them there, right? So I think Chasing Shadows making a significant drop in class, and that could be the X factor. Now, I agree with Jonathan as far as Chive Up. Her weapon is her speed. But that being said, at least being drawn outside potential other speeds if something does go awry. Now, I wouldn't take her back. I wouldn't get in her way.
Yep.
Sometimes you got to be a good
you
passenger.
let her rip.
Let her
you
roll.
let her rip.
But you don't have to send her now. It can happen more naturally.
Right, and not having to duel with Where's Frankie, who would have been the favorite, drawn to her outside very quickly in the starting gate. You're looking at Betty's Bar at 5-1, drawn inside. What do you make of her chances in here? What needs to happen in order to give her a shot to beat Chive Up and company?
Well, her best go is when she's able to make the lead and control things, and I just don't see that happening here. She ran against Chive Up last time and was outfooted from her, every step of the way. You still have to come out running. Carlo Lopez on Betty's Bar, especially from the inside. Come out running. You never know what happens at the break. Sometimes horses stumble. Sometimes horses get pinched. Sometimes they bounce off another horse. If you don't come out running and you come out with this preconceived notion, well, I'm going to be outfooted, well, you've already conceded the race then.
Currently 5-1. There's the favorite in Chive Up, 4-5. Such an exciting, fun night of racing at Canterbury Park. And after this one, this $7,500 claiming sprint, 3 consecutive turf stakes races. The Lady Canterbury, race number 6, the Dark Star Turf Sprint. 5 furlongs on grass, and the main event, Canterbury Derby for 3-year-olds. That's all coming up, races 6, 7, and 8 from Canterbury. Live coverage continuing here on Fox Sports 1. Final thoughts as they've reached the gate?
Just looks like a warm evening there. And
90 or so.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't a big fan of night racing when I was a rider. As a kid, I worked at Par Meadows out on Long Island, and I loved night racing. It was exciting and the glitz and glamour of it. But as a rider, it just means you can't eat.
A quick turnaround for the following day as they file into line for the start of this late pick 5. All set for the 5th from Canterbury. Paul Allen, the voice of the Minnesota Vikings, voice of Canterbury, standing by with the call, race 5 from Canterbury.
Working 9-5 has gone in. And they're racing, and the 6-pack popped as 1 on the wide side. Working 9-5, flashes speed, and so does Chive Up, looking to win 2 in a row. And Chive Up, with all that speed, opens up by 1, make it 2, make it 3, and make it 4 with 4.5 furlongs to go. After that, Betty's Bar, that's the gray, watching this tearaway leader. Chive Up now lead by 7. After that, Chasing Shadows, chasing after the wind at this stage. 10 lengths from the lead to the inside of Sails in the Sunset. And Silvera, the 9-year-old, without a victory the last couple of years, far out of it. They're approaching the top of the stretch. Daylor Bettios Lopez giving Chive Up a breather with a 6-length lead. And working 9-5 is working hard to keep up even with Betty's Bar. And now Chive Up is coming back to the pack. And Daylor Bettios Lopez gets busy on this 5 into the final furlong. And this one is taking on water. Outside, working 9-5. 5. The gray is Betty's Bar, and here comes Sails in the Sunset. Chasing Shadows just got shut off badly, full of run, and Sails in the Sunset prevails.
No such thing as a sure thing is right. Taking on water is right. The favorite, Chive Up, off the board. Sails in the Sunset to kick off the late pick 5 at Canterbury. Wow.
Chive Up was rolling along from the start. There were no breathers, even though she had about 7-length lead at one point. And then she just really came up gasping, maybe too much too soon. The 4-horse Sails in the Sunset got that clean outside trip. The 2-horse Chasing Shadows had an alter course mid-stretch and dived to the inside in a photo with the 6-horse working 9-5. But the winner, Sails in the Sunset, was very good. Frank Reyes.
Drawing off, the Nate starts at Canterbury. 2 wins with 4 second-place finishes. First, after the claim, Dave Silva. Sails in the Sunset. We have a price on Sails in the Sunset, 6-1 in the morning line. We can't see it here in studio. We know the odds-on favorite off the board. I'm just surprised that she was spent. She built that big cushion. You're expecting her to re-break, and the tank was empty. 4-1, I'm told. 4-1 at post time.
Well, again, it goes to show you we're talking about flesh and blood, not machinery, right? And horses don't have the ability to tell the conditioner, the trainer, you know, I'm just not having a good day today, or I'm not crazy about this heat. And that's something to think about, particularly with fast horses. Sometimes the heat plays a factor in them being able to last.
It is warm. It is warm. Sails in the Sunset in the 5th at Canterbury. 3 straight Turf Stakes races next. When we come back, a title defense in the Lady Canterbury. She can't sing, but she runs fast on this turf course. Will she go back-to-back? Not if Regal Realm has her way. Very sharp, coming in hot and ready for her stakes debut. Stay tuned. You're watching America's 8th Races on Fox Sports 1. Mild upset to kick off the late pick 5 at Canterbury. And Sails in the Sunset. Pick up Mount Frank Reyes. First after the claim gave Silva. 4-1 at post time. There she is tracking the leaders. Chive Up, the heavy favorite in front. And yeah, she's going to come up small when it counts most.
Yeah, you could see coming off the turn, Chive Up's stride just started to deteriorate. She really just got very leg weary. And here comes Frank Reyes on Sails in the Sunset. Just make that basically the last run, the clean. And I love Frank Reyes going to the winner's circle. Shades of Hiladorio Gastinez. You should ride Forgo. Cap just a bit askew, a little bit jaunty there, you know. He's a pretty happy guy there at 10-20.
Little swag, little style.
Absolutely.
10-20. 4-1 at post time over Chasing Shadows. The odds on favorite off the board. 4-2-6 in the fifth. At Canterbury, we march forward. Up next, 31st running of the Lady Canterbury Stakes. Start of the All Stakes, late pick 4. You see the defections. Lady Hideaway, talk to the cleaners, taken to the cleaners. Moofy are all out. Fillies and Mares mile on grass. Post time in about 15 minutes for the Lady Canterbury. So this is where it all started back in 1986. The Lady Canterbury, that was the first ever grass race ever contested at Canterbury. Now here we have the 31st edition coming up, and all that time only one horse has gone back-to-back. Richie, do you think She Can Sing can become the second? Last year's winner out to defend her title.
Well, listen, there are questions about She Can't Sing. One thing you can't question is how accomplished she is. She's earned $858,000. The next closest earner to her is Founder's Day with $232,000. But I will say this, she is a 6-year-old mare, and she's coming into the race different than she came into it last year. She's only had 2 starts so far, and both of those starts left a little to be desired. And you start worrying about mares hitting advanced age, whether they're the same. Did they lose a step? This is her 3rd start this year. She's coming off another layoff. I think there's some serious questions.
She can't sing, so not without concerns going in for the title defense. That's the Lady Canterbury coming up, race 6 at Canterbury Park. Meantime, minute out here at Penn National. Live look, and this $25,000 allowance optional claimer, 6 furlong dash for the ladies. And then while you're looking at a 12-1 shot, and Tappett's Girl, Richie, the favorite, number 5, Athena Beach, with Trevor McCarthy in town to ride for the evening.
Yeah, Trevor McCarthy going to take this mount. Now, Athena Beach is 3 for 3, has shown high speed in all of her starts. Actually went gate to wire last time on the stretch out going a mile. Now, she's by Bank Heist out of a Tappet mare. Bank Heist known for throwing horses with a lot of natural speed, and probably she will appreciate turning back to 6 furlongs. Now, you might ask, why is Trevor McCarthy there to ride a horse on a weeknight at Penn National? Well, Athena Beach is a New York bred, and I'm sure her connections, as you know, successful as she's been so far, are got to toy with the idea at some point in taking on New York breds and potentially even New York breds in stakes races. So Trevor McCarthy, based in New York, maybe Trevor's setting up a mount for the future.
Filly, who's, as you mentioned, undefeated, 3 for 3. Athena Beach, the heavy favorite here in race 6, Penn National. Did you have the winner in the last race, Richie, at Penn National, Synonym?
I did not.
No?
No.
$102 for your would-be $2 investment?
You know, I think that's one of those, if you're playing hunches or colors or names, right?
Athena's Beach would not pay $102 should she strike and stay undefeated in this 6th race Penn National. It is post time, all set for the 6th live Penn National.
It is now post time. They're all in line. There. Tappett's Girl came away well. There goes Athena Beach toward the rail. Far outside, Knickers in a Twist with Date Night Kisses. Athena Beach has it 3 parts of a length. Knickers in a Twist now second. Here comes Bella Prima to take third. Tappett's Girl between runners 4th. Next is Date Night Kisses. Toto Solo is next. They are then followed by Moon Safe And at the back, Queen's Dream. Looks like the rider may have lost the irons on Queen's Dream. 22-2 for the opening quarter. Athena Beach holds it a half length. Knickers in a twist. Looks to take her on with 3/8 of a mile to go. Far outside, then Date Night Kisses is underway. Then comes Tappett's Girl. Inside, it's Bella Prima. Toto Sola is to the outside. About 2 lengths then to Moon Safe. And still at the back, Queen's Dream, with a rider having no irons here. They're at the top of the stretch. Athena Beach still there. Knickers in a twist, almost on equal terms, trying to move up. Date Night Kisses with Tappett's Girl. 2.5 lengths to Toto Sola. Athena Beach digs in. Knickers in a twist, gonna try her again. Far outside, Date Night Kisses. Athena Beach, Knickers in a twist. Athena Beach, she's still perfect, 4 for 4. Knickers in a twist second, Date Night Kisses, and Tappett's Girl.
Lots to unpack following that one. The fist bump on the gallop out. Rich is not a huge fan of all that. Trevor McCarthy, Athena's Beach. She is still perfect, the New York bred, 4 for 4.
Yeah, and this time she showed a lot of fight, a lot of determination. Knickers in a twist really took it to her, fought tooth and nail. It actually looked like she got about a head in front of her at one point, but Athena Beach was having none of that, and under strong handling from Trevor McCarthy, battled her way, clawed her way back to the lead late. I was hollering at Trevor to go to a left hand. I said, I don't need no stinking left hand.
In the end, with the right, flagging Athena's Beach by about a half length. A lot of congestion as you saw the head-on. Maybe we'll have a chance to look back at it for Michael in Rio on Queen's Dream, who lost the irons. That's just not a fun experience for a rider. For Trevor McCarthy, always a fun experience visiting the winner's circle, wherever you are. Tonight at Penn National, Athena Beach, those results forthcoming, plus jockey Jareth Lufberry. Last year won the Lady Canterbury aboard She Can't Sing last month. Rode in his first Kentucky Derby and nearly won it with 2 fills, ran too good to lose. A massive effort. On Saturday, the Derby runner-up returns in the Ohio Derby. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to wire.
Ms. Big Bucks will pull off the upset in the nightcap.
Her full brother Bucker 2 and Brennan's War score a War Dancer exacta.
Bucker 2 in front, Brennan's War on the outside. The two of them come on for the finish, and it is Bucker 2.
And New York Anthem kicks off the year going a perfect 2 for 2.
New York Anthem not going down without a fight.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Hey, horse players, check out Canterbury Park, racing now through September 16th. Canterbury Park offers 10% takeout on the post-time pick 4 and late pick 5 every racing day. That's the lowest takeout in the nation. 10% takeout, come play.
Round about the quarter pole and up goes 2 fills, leading it by 2 lengths. And 2 fills at even money drifts out and does so with an ever-widening lead. That was a keen turn of speed. After that, it is Run Today. Then on the far outside, Coffee Caliente, all left in the wake of a keen turn of speed by 2 fills. And Loveberry is showing off at the finish line.
A reason to show off. Like, who knew? Last September 17th, the eventual Kentucky Derby runner-up, Richie, had just won the Shakopee Juvenile at Canterbury.
Could you imagine having a 2-year-old that you like, and you run in this race at Canterbury, and you're disappointed, you're well beaten. You didn't know that you were facing the eventual runner-up in the Kentucky Derby.
Maybe Paul Allen knew. Sounds trite but true, but a good horse can come from anywhere, because 7.5 months later, Churchill, 2 fills, and Loughbury do everything but win the Kentucky Derby.
I thought Jared Loughbury gave this horse a tremendous ride in the Kentucky Derby. You know, he was forward and the pace was fast. This is a horse with natural speed. And a hole presented itself along the inside, and he had to take advantage of it when he did, but he didn't go all in. He allowed his horse to take advantage of the spot, and then he just got run down by Mage, who's a very good horse. I think Jared Loughbury, despite probably feeling like, gosh, I was second, couldn't I win the Derby, did everything right.
2 fills there at Churchill. That was pre-Kentucky Derby. What a pro. Skip the Preakness, skip the Belmont. Races on Saturday in the Ohio Derby. And earlier tonight, Jared Loughbury riding at Canterbury. Paul with the Kentucky Derby second place finishing jockey.
Got the pleasure to be with Jareth Loughbury here, the rider of 2 fills who finished second in the Kentucky Derby. Jareth, take us through basically your first ride in the Kentucky Derby. You were actually pretty funny before, talking about, hey, 1%, what do I do with my cell phone? You were having a little fun with it. But how was it, the experience?
There is nothing like it. I was there a couple years when American Pharoah ran there, and I didn't realize the media attention. I mean, I walk around the barn area and I go see 2 fills, and 20 people would be outside the barn and just talk to different people, and I wasn't ready for that.
Were you expecting that big of an effort from the horse? Because he ran giant, and you gave him a tremendous ride, by the way.
Yeah, I was really confident in the horse. He was training good into it. He was running good into it. And I thought he kept getting better all spring and throughout all of his preps.
Is it pretty cool that he won here? You kind of cut your teeth a tiny bit here. You rode for about 3.5 years, but he won here, and he ends up in the Kentucky Derby. He runs a bang-up race. Make Canterbury kind of proud?
Oh, yeah. I love the people here at Canterbury. They're some of the best people in racing, some of the best crowds you get here. There's nothing better.
Okay, now let's ask the next question. He's going to the Ohio Derby, 2 fills. Now, how's he training since the Derby?
He's been training really good. I've been talking to Larry and the Gallop boy, Gonzalo, and they said, man, he's almost improved after the Derby. He come out of it strong, and he's ready to go for a good summer campaign.
Where do you think he sits? You still think he wants to go longer? You think he might be better if he would cut back 2 fills?
I like him where he is, and I think he'll just keep proving himself.
If you ever put him back on synthetic, good luck, right?
I'll put him on anything.
Well, Jareth, good luck as well, and congratulations on your great ride in the Kentucky Derby, and onwards and upwards with you in 2 fills.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Jareth Loughbury, he was here at Canterbury for a long time, about 3.5 years, and he can flat out ride.
35 years old, Paul. Jareth Loughbury, talented rider, near miss in the Kentucky Derby, but poised for a big night tonight, about to get a leg up. As you can see, one of the taller riders, Loughbury. His night thus far, he hasn't won a race just yet, but getting him out there, a leg up on She Can't Sing in her title defense. Loughbury rode at a victory last year. Rides the favorite, Artemis City Limits, in the Dark Star in Worthington, 2-1 second choice in the Canterbury Derby. Richie, he's 35 years old. This isn't some kid riding in a first Kentucky Derby nearly winning. So I guess my question is, great that he performed well on that stage in his Derby debut. How does that help him moving forward?
I think it's twofold, Lafitte. It helps him from a confidence level. I can compete on the biggest stage. I can compete against the best. If I've got the horse under me, right? You have a dance partner. You know, rider's only as good as his dance partner, which is the horse. But he made every right move. So for himself, it gives him the confidence that, hey, I can hang with these guys. And for other people, other trainers, people, you can have more confidence saying, hey, you know what? He did everything right in the Derby. Why wouldn't I give him an opportunity in a big spot? I don't need to change to a higher profile name when I got a guy that can get it done. Now, just like you said, he's closing in on almost 1,800 career wins now. He's been a seasoned, hard-knocking journeyman, but this puts him in a different light.
And here, trying to ride back-to-back winners of the Lady Canterbury Post Parade, Loughbury aboard She Can't Sing, a scent of success pictured for Canterbury's all-time leading trainer, Mac Robertson.
Yeah, and here's a horse that I don't like as a win candidate per se, but this horse has a lot to say about how this race is going to be run, because this horse runs her best race when she shows speed.
Nice long look. Scent of Success, 24-1. She Can't Sing, 2-1. Odds on Regal Realm, very sharp coming in. Scent of Success, followed by Midnight Current, a Canterbury's 2022 Horse of the Meet.
Yeah, I mean, listen, look at her record at Canterbury's turf. 8 starts, 6 wins, a second and a third. You never count out horses that have a winning habit, particularly at one location.
Favorite, She Can't Sing, and Jareth Lufberry.
Listen,
second choice, sorry.
$858,000 earner, hard knocking, consistent. She is a 6-year-old mare, and she comes in this race far different than she did last year. Last year, she came with a comprehensive campaign, and she was in good form. There's questions this year.
And the presence of Regal Realm, now odds-on favorite, Augustin Stable, Jonathan Thomas.
Regal Realm is keen. And if the one horse goes, she could get caught up in a duel. And she's a filly that runs with her head up. Not an easy horse to ride. Florent Geroux getting them out for the first time. You'll see what I'm talking about when you watch her leave the gate.
Channel Maker comes to mind.
Yes.
Kind of runs like a giraffe out there with their head in the air. Medalla Match representing speed.
Another one with speed and right outside Regal Realm. This really could set up for a closer. I see a lot of speed signed on here.
But one of them having defected, one of the quicker mares taken to the cleaners is out. Let's Skedaddle is in. 5-time winner here at Canterbury.
Another one, never been off the board at Canterbury in 10 starts. Probably going to sit a decent trip under Jermaine Bridgman.
Founders Day, California Transplant, several of those running here tonight.
Yeah, and listen, Founders Day is the second leading earner in this field, and she's run well. Feels like she's going to have to improve to be any kind of a contender in this spot, though.
Let's get right back to Paul, standing by with Bob Lothenbach, owner, breeder of the defending champ She Can't Sing. Paulie.
Thank you, Lafitte. I am with perennial leading owner here, Bob Lothenbach, who's got 3 horses in this race. But I want to take you a little bit through Bob's resume here. The leading owner in 2020, the leading owner in 2021, and you set a record last year, $1.5 million, Bob. I mean, Canterbury's been nice to you.
It has. It has. That's why I always tell Randy, if I ever have a horse that's going to be in the Derby, I guarantee it's going to be here.
That's awesome. Now you have 3 in this race. You got the 2. Midnight Current, a nice little Minnesota bred, She Can't Sing, who won this race last year. And you got another one on the outside as well. I asked you which one you like, and you said, I forgot.
Don't put me on the spot. Putting you on the spot, Bob, am I? Probably She Can't Sing.
Yeah. Well, she won it last year. I mean, they're all doing well. And in the Minnesota bred, the 2, Midnight Current, can run a little bit.
Midnight Current is a phenomenal horse. Phenomenal.
And it's some other horses that you campaign. I think a lot of people don't realize. Lafitte, he cost me a lot of money when Mayo on the side beat Azeri. Is that one of your most exciting wins ever? It's one of the biggest upsets ever.
That was probably in the top 3 for me.
Is she one of your favorites, or how about Bell's the One? A lot of people don't realize you campaigned Bell's the One.
Bell's the One is incredible. Built my house for me. But St. Plato was one that was incredible.
Well, it's a pleasure, and I hope you win this one again. You got 3 shots in your Bob, and keep on going. Pleasure to be in the sport. When you have owners like this, it makes the sport a lot easier.
I love it.
The house, Bell's the One, built. What a story. He referenced Mayo on the side, beating Azeri. I believe the Humana Distaff undercard of the Kentucky Derby in a patient ride. Pat Day, Mike Smith, Azeri just couldn't get by. Bob Lothenbach grew up in Bloomington, Minnesota. It's a homecoming of sorts. He took family trips to Sportsman Park with his family, Hawthorne and Arlington as a teenager. Richie, he actually went to Canterbury when the track opened in 1985. He and 3 of his buddies pulled together $1,000 each, a $4,000 claim. That horse made some money, and he was on his way. He was hooked. He owns more than 100 horses and has had several who have competed and won at the very highest level.
It's an incredible story, right? Go out to the track with your friends, claim a horse, and now it's built up to a huge stable, and obviously a gentleman that really has a passion for the game.
No question. And for She Can't Sing in this very event last year, and turning for home, she had unleashed this furious run. She's in control here. Lufberry taps her on the shoulder. She accelerates and puts this field away.
Hard knocking, consistent, huge money earner. Shown that she can handle the Canterbury turf course, which I put a lot of stock in. I like horses that have had success over particular courses. And maybe She Can't Sing, but she can run.
And specifically, yeah, at Canterbury there in her lone start. She can't sing, but she's not the favorite. She was the 9-5 choice. Now 2-1 is the second choice. Number 5, Regal Realm. Even money. Augustin Shepherd already with 1 win on the evening. And in her latest, it was at May at Belmont right here in Allowance Company, Richie, and she was poised throughout. Watch this, poised throughout and really responds right on cue.
Yeah, I mean, listen, fast fraction, she was tending the pace with Jose Ortiz, and they went quick, 22-45. Now he sets her down, and you can see what I'm talking about here. You see, like, head, she never really drops her head. She quickens, her legs go faster, but her stride is a little different. It doesn't drop her head down and lengthen that stride. She's very good. She's quick. She might get riled up, though. There's other speed around her.
Funky mechanics, race shape. See how it all unfolds for Regal Realm, who is the favorite in the Lady Canterbury Stakes. JK, who'd you wind up with? Who takes down this 31st Lady Canterbury?
Well, you know, Lafitte, I thought I was being a little bit clever with the 5 Regal Realm, but it seems the public was on the same idea I was. I looked at the doubles. I think the 5 will stay the favorite in here, Regal Realm. And here's the thing, and Richie kind of shook me up a little bit by saying she was keen, because I was hoping that she would take back, maybe let some of the other speed go and be able to sit kind of behind. I loved her last race going 7 furlongs at Belmont. She was chasing fast fraction. She ran well that day. I thought she would take another step forward, but I am a little bit concerned now if she's not going to be able to rate, which that was my entire angle. I thought she would get the jump on the 3 She Can't Sing. She Can't Sing is a very talented horse, but you'll find out watching a lot of racing, horses with her style often get themselves in tough situations where they have to try to overcome maybe a horse on the front end who got to relax, had some energy left when they turned for home. She's probably the most, I mean, she's the most accomplished, but I just don't necessarily trust her. But at the price, she's not entirely a bad wager. With that said and done, I'm going to go with the 5 Regal Realm. I'm going to hope that she can relax. I'm going to hope that Florent can find a way to get her to kind of sit in behind horses. She's got a great trainer in Jonathan Thomas, and I'm just hopeful that maybe she was just a little bit keen in the post-parade. Paulie?
Welcome back here to Canterbury Park. Sorry, having technical difficulties. Listen, the Lady Canterbury here was talking to Mr. Lothebach, and you know, the 3 in here, She Can't Sing. I'm a little bit worried, you know, if she's back at the form she was when she won this race last year. Now, she does only have the 1 race here, and it was a W. And is she a deserving favorite at 9-5? Well, not really, because they're betting the 5 here, Regal Realm, down to even money right now. Did I see that coming? No, I thought they'd be a little bit closer together, She Can't Sing as well. And, you know, the 2 Midnight Current is a horse that was going for 7 races in a row. It was in unbelievable form and got beat by the 8 horse in here, Let's Skedaddle. And, you know, Let's Skedaddle's not taking much money here at 9-1 at all. So, you know, when I look at this race, I'll stay with the hot horse, Midnight Current. I think the 2, you got the leading rider here, Harry Hernandez. We've seen that the local horses can definitely hang. This horse didn't have the best of trips last time off the layoff. I think you get a great trip today, and I think this horse is going to make a big account of herself. And we've seen the Minnesota breds do well so far, and this is another mini bred.
Give her a shot, Richie. The 2022 Canterbury Horse of the Meet, Midnight Current.
I do. Anytime a horse that compiles a record like she has on the Canterbury turf, albeit against easier company, you got to respect her, and I think she got the right style for the way this race sets up.
Lots of Lothenbach blue. She Can't Sing, trying to become just the second back-to-back winner of the Lady Canterbury. Favored is Regal Realm. Paul Allen standing by. It is post time for the 31st running of the Lady Canterbury Stakes.
Founders Day at 35-1 is the last in line, and stand by for the 2023 Lady Canterbury and They're racing. Scent of Success is a fast Minnesotan, and Scent of Success and Constantino Roman at 14-1, trying to sail wire to wire. Medalla Match also has good speed. That one's to the outside of the defending champ. She Can't Sing. She Can't Sing, and Loveberry just off the heels of Scent of Success. Midnight Current right behind her. Then we come back about a length to Regal Realm. The favorite is in the clear and advancing to the outside of Midnight Current, about 7 from the front, and 1.5 clear from Founders Day. Let's Skedaddle would have to skedaddle to a Lady C victory from 7 out of it, but she is advancing, and Scent of Success is doing it absolutely how she wants. 3.5 furlongs to go. She's clear on the lead and doing it moderately. Scent of Success, Medalla Match right behind them. She Can't Sing outside Regal Realm, and Florent Giroux circumnavigating into action, and he has not asked that 5 to run. Then we come to Midnight Current. She shoved on. Her stablemate Let's Skedaddle making a run from 5 out of it, and Founders Day is last, and they're at the top of the stretch of the 31st Lady Canterbury, and here comes Regal Realm, and there goes Regal Realm. Medalla Match had to check outside of that Midnight Current, inside the defending champ She Can't Sing. It is Regal Realm from an on-charging Midnight Current. Regal Realm is the Lady Canterbury champion.
Unleashing that furious run, catapulting past horses. Richie may have shaved a couple in the process, but no question of who was best. Regal Realm, sensational in the Lady Canterbury Stakes.
Yeah, she may have shaved the 6 and the 1 a little bit, but think about when you're changing lanes in the Parkway. If you're accelerating at the same time, you're not going to cause a wreck. You're going to get away with it. I think he was fine. Watch the way he stops leaving A. Florent Giroux, and I'm sure him and Jonathan Thomas, look at it. He had a hold of her leaving the gate. He stopped her the first step out of there. They absolutely went with their plan. We're going to raid her. And that was a very European move by Florent Giroux to kind of...
Watching Royal Alaska this morning.
Just stop him the first step, get her, and have her. And now she pulled down the backstretch, but the key was not letting her break too freely and get too keen. And there she is with that high head carriage. She was best. Great ride, great run from her, but She Can't Sing got a little bit unlucky around the turn. She was trying to shoot the gap on the inside. Looked like she got bounced off the fence a little bit about the 5/16 ball.
If we get a chance, we'll take another look. Turning for home, the defending champ, She Can't Sing. How tight were things on the inside? Here, Florent Giroux with a strong hand ride. Good late charge from Midnight Current. Canterbury's 2022 Horse of the Meet. Regal Realm, though, that instant acceleration for Augustin, for Jonathan Thomas, second win on the evening. Onward and upward, that is 3 straight for just a visually impressive filly, the way she was passing rivals.
Yeah, she was very good tonight. She comes off a big win at Belmont Park. The key was getting her to not run off the first part. And if he'd have broken a little too free, I don't think he'd have been able to get her back. Florent Giroux did a terrific job. Keep her eye on the 3. Watch right in here. You see there the way she bobbled? I think she just got in tight. Either she lost her hind end a little bit or got put towards the fence because she kind of flagged her tail and lost her momentum for a step or two.
I'm watching her. Can she go back to back? How much does she have left? And there's Regal Realm. She's gone. Opening up, Florent Giroux. And again, the good closing effort from a Midnight Current. She Can't Sing. Well, it may have been a little bit tight in there. And no question, Richie, about who was best on the night.
Regal Realm was absolutely the best horse in this race. And listen, Midnight Current, that's my kind of horse. I like a lunch pail or bring your lunch pail and go to work.
Solid. Bang up second place finish. Just too much. Regal Realm in the end. Augustin Stable, Jonathan Thomas, Florent Giroux in the Lady Canterbury Stakes. When we come back, trainer Mike Maker didn't have a runner in the Lady C, but well represented in the next 2 stakes races, starting with Artemis City Limits. Ready for his Canterbury debut. 2-1 morning line favorite in the Dark Star Turf Sprint Stakes. That's next.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside.
It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Regal Realm in the Ladies C. Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July sales of selected yearlings and horses of racing age. July 10th and 11th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be? Regal Realm, where is she? Right back in the Winner's Circle, 3 straight by this daughter of former Kentucky Derby winner to by World Cup winner Animal Kingdom.
Nice effort from her, getting shut off early, by the rider, not by other horses.
Different
coming
approach.
out with a plan and grabbing her off the break, not allowing her to break too freely and get too involved, and she was just best.
As for Florent Giroux, who's won some big races here over the years, he's struck with Fuerteventura early on, Regal Realm here, 2 wins on the night, real good chance with High Front and the Dark Star Turf Sprint. Unfortunately for Flo, won't have an opportunity to compete in the Canterbury Derby. Wee Storm has defected. Coming up next, second of 3 straight stakes races on grass, 5th running of the Dark Star Turf Sprint, named in honor of the late longtime radio personality George Chappell. The world knew him as Dark Star. His memory legacy honored today with his Dark Star Turf Sprint field of 8, High Front, with Giroux seeking a 3rd on the evening, 2-1 early favorite. Penn National, meantime, right on cue. Live racing, wall-to-wall, all set here for the 7th race from Penn National. $6,250 claiming sprinters, restricted 3-year-olds and up, which have not won 2 races since December 21st. It is post time. Here is the 7th from Penn National, favorite towards the outside. Rocket Blast at 5-2.
It is now post time. They're in the gate. Verif. Animated Moon for the lead from along the inside. And moving up from the outside, there goes Tomato Gator. Animated Mood, Tomato Gator, vie for command. Break of 2, then to Violent Pass. There then followed by Federal Case. Next is Rocket Blast. And Oh Brother, It's Sylvia is 6th and last early here. They race to the turn, 22 flat for the opening quarter. Tomato Gator has it by a full length. Animated Moon switched to the outside now. And trying to move up then It is Violent Pass. Inside, Oh Brother Sylvia's next. They're then followed by Federal Case. Rocket Blast still at the back here. They head to the top of the stretch. Tomato Gator on top. Animated Moon re-engaging now from the outside. Oh Brother, It's Sylvia's moved up within a length and a half now. Then comes Violent Pass. They come to the 8th pole. Animated Moon takes a short lead. Oh Brother, It's Sylvia. Tomato Gator trying to come back. Animated Moon, Tomato Gator, Oh Brother, It's Sylvia. They three drive down to the line. Tomato Gator coming back now. Tomato Gator to win it. Tight for second, then Federal Case, Animated Moon, and Oh Brother, It's Sylvia. Looks like he got 4th.
Cavalry Charge. Who wants it? In the end, Tomato Gator emerging victorious in the 7th at Penn National.
A very game performance by Tomato Gator, who just kept fighting under Andrew Wolfson. You know, it's kind of interesting to watch. Animated Moon worked out a good trip, came outside, made the run, and then just started to flatten, hung maybe just a touch, but no denying the winner. He, of course, wanted it. A lot of desire.
Yeah, they had to dig deep. Perhaps not as pretty as what we saw in the Lady C with a Regal Realm, and what's turning out to be a big night for jockey Florent Giroux. 2 stakes wins on the evening, standing by with Paul at Canterbury.
With winning jockey of the Lady Canterbury here, Florent Giroux aboard Regal Realm. By the way, this filly, or mare's, had 9 different riders. You're the 9th different rider, and wow, she exploded for you in the stretch.
Yeah, she did. You know, hopefully I'm the last rider. I'm going to try to keep that one. She seemed really nice, very pleased with her effort. I was expecting to be a lot closer, to be honest, Paul, but she broke a tad slow. From there, I just kept my cool because Jonathan Thomas told me it's a filly who could be very aggressive. So just try to keep her, you know, nice and cool, composed during the race, and she will give you a nice kick. So from there, I just tucked in, you know, just slept there. And boy, you know, when I tip her out, you know, 316, she gave me a really nice turn of foot, and she swallowed those horses up, you know, very easily.
Yeah, she was able to kick away very nicely. And on the backside, like you said, you kept her on the outside because she can get aggressive, is what JT was telling you, basically?
Yeah, exactly. I was covered up, you know, I was right behind the 6. And when I felt like he was unable to put any more pressure on the one horse, since she was a long shot, and I can see a little bit the tree she can't sing was creeping up on the inside, so I wanted to make sure, you know, I timed my move according to her as well. But no, very pleased and kicked away very nicely down the lane, and very happy with her effort.
Well, double on the card for Florent Giroux. He gets the Lady Canterbury home. Both for Jonathan Thomas. You're looking for another one on the card for the hat trick. Flo the Jockey on Twitter if you want to follow somebody.
Right to the winner's circle. Florent Giroux talking about riding an aggressive horse and wanting to be, quote-unquote, covered up. What's that all about?
Well, you're trying to put them behind other horses so they don't see a lot of racetrack, a lot of empty space in front of them. And the conventional wisdom about that is that horses will settle better. They'll come back to you. If they see all that empty space in front of them, they'll have a tendency to run away with you. Jonathan Thomas has a steeplechase background before he went to work for Todd Pletcher, and they understand the importance of having horses covered up so they relax better.
As dark as it is here on Long Island, sun's still out in Shakopee, and we still have stakes racing coming up. Plus, just before the Dark Star, we take you inside Canterbury Park. Its popularity, fans love it, and they go. Not only on this night, Northern Stars Turf Festival, but every race day. That's next.
Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his first weanlings are commanding attention in the sales ring.
Right here, 280,000.
191,000. 165,000.
160,000. Thank you.
A dual surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable.
His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day/Evening at the Races on Fox Sports 1, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Live look there, Canterbury Park, as our coverage continues on this Northern Stars Turf Festival. As mentioned at the top of the show, this is the biggest night of racing at Canterbury Park. First opened in 1985, and now, nearly 4 decades later, still as popular as ever.
Thank you.
Minnesota likes to eat, Minnesota likes to drink, Minnesota likes to bet show, but Minnesota likes Canterbury Park. We love it.
$2 tip sheets.
Our attendance growing every single year on track is antithetical to the national trend.
25 miles southwest of downtown Minneapolis is Canterbury Park. Randy Sampson has been president for all 28 years. The past few years have provided him with both challenges and opportunities.
With COVID, we had to obviously shift, and we couldn't have crowds, so we went to a weekday schedule. And what we found was that it did increase our out-of-state handle dramatically, got us some good exposure around the country. As we were able to get crowds back, we've now evolved to a mixed where we have Wednesday and some Thursday racing, but also Saturday night and Sunday. Clearly is our reputation, and what makes Canterbury unique is the fact that we day in and day out, we can get a good crowd and people have a good time.
Beautiful, a lot of people, it's packed. A good show out, good time.
A lot has changed with Canterbury, including days we race and post times and things like that, but one thing that's never changed has been the importance of Family Day.
Then here in the 7th race, I'm going to be looking for horses off the pace.
Family Day on Sundays has always been a staple for us, and pony rides, and we do our wiener dog races and corgi races and camels and ostriches.
Monster charging late. Oh, it's Miss Claver to win it.
But, you know, it does work. We get people out, they have a good time. Those young people grow up and they remember coming to the track with Mom and Dad or Grandpa, and I've always said we're kind of like the minor league baseball team where you have to do some additional things to make it fun.
I love the horses. I come here to watch them, and just the atmosphere here, it's amazing.
Happy Christmas in June, kids.
Paul Allen has been the voice of Canterbury since 1995. He's also been the play-by-play voice of the Minnesota Vikings since 2002. He loves being able to call 2 sports.
I think this is a wide open race.
The favored Birdie Machine is to the outside of Ranger Gus.
Calling horse races for 8 years got me ready to do play-by-play in the NFL. An individual football play is very much like a horse race where, and they're racing, da-da-da, da-da-da, they hit the wire, boom.
Birdie Machine, this gelding said no and prevails.
Cousins takes the snap, shakes his shoulders, looks left, fires to the right side, caught by Justin Jefferson, inside the 5, touchdown.
Cousins, 1st and 10 from his own 36-yard line, back to pass, swing left to Dalvin, turns it up outside the numbers to the 40. He's to the 50, he had it, he's almost there! Dalvin 20 to the left, 15, 10, 5, touchdown!
It's a crescendo that's built just like in a horse race. I love it. This racetrack means a lot to us. It brought me to Minnesota, and I never left. With Angela and Kevin and a lot of people here, they grew up with Canterbury Downs and Canterbury Park.
Paul Allen, voice of the Vikings, voice of Canterbury. See a 1-mile track just like Churchill Downs. Anniversary approaching Monday. Happy 38th, Canterbury. Some of the biggest races listed there. And, of course, tonight, the Northern Stars Turf Festival. Richie, like in general, Minnesota, great sports town. That Skol chant you hear at Viking games, the Twins, Wolves, and Wild. And for this racetrack in Shakopee, Minnesota, for Canterbury, it's not going to be mistaken for Saratoga Santa Anita anytime soon, but a very loyal, enthusiastic fan base.
Well, they make it fun, and I love what they said during the piece. It's a lot like a minor league baseball stadium. They go a little bit further to make it a fun night, different events. I love seeing the kids close up to horses. You're making memories. You're bringing them out. If you've ever gone to a Hudson Valley Renegades game, the minor league baseball team up in the Hudson Valley, it's a great time. The seventh inning stretch, kids are running the bases and sliding, and you know, you bring them in, and that was definitely the vibe from that piece. So it was very well said, and I was always a New York Giants fan as a kid, but I liked the Baltimore Colts because of Johnny Unitas, and I liked the Minnesota Vikings because of Fran Tarkenton.
Fran Tarkenton back there scrambling. Think he would have liked to have Justin Jefferson as a weapon to throw to back then. And the racing continues. Riders at Post Parade brewing for the Dark Star. Of course, you can follow all this terrific thoroughbred action. Saratoga opens in just 3 weeks. Get involved, NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. That $200 deposit match at NYRABets.com. Dark Star, we mentioned the influence of the name. Also a rather famous Kentucky Derby winner back in the 50s.
1953, the only loss of the mighty Native Dancer in that Kentucky Derby by Dark Star. Native Dancer would never be defeated again. I had a lot of talks with Alfred Vanderbilt, his owner, breeder, about him. And he said, I always assumed I'd go back and win the Derby another time. Never happened.
Check this out, Richie. Showtime at the Apollo. Showtime at Canterbury Park.
He's an entertainer. He's an entertainer.
He does it all. No tap dancing yet. Maybe later. He stole the show last year. You're going to steal the show again tonight. You're going to hear from him in just a moment. Call to post for this Dark Star Turf Sprint Stakes, and we're going to start with Artemis City Limits overlay here. He has faced the best turf sprinters in the sport.
He has. I just was a little bit taken aback by his last two efforts. I just thought they were kind of a little bit on the flat side, and I'd like to see the Artemis City Limits that was competing at that high level last year.
Minister of Soul, 9-year-old, a California bred, another one, won a stakes race here 2 years ago.
Yeah, has a lot of speed and should be involved early. He only has one turf win from 7 starts, but he seems like he handles both surfaces.
Saw a big smile, leading rider Harry Hernandez for Alonso Quinones, all business on the Alligator Hunter.
Yeah, Alonso Quinones, nice rider, rode with him in California. Another horse that has speed, which you expect in these turf sprints.
High front, lightly raced 4-year-old Gelding has won 2 straight. Giroux looking for a third, as is Thomas.
Yeah, Florent Giroux looking for his 2048th career North American victory.
Mark of the Z, Michigan bred, third in last year's edition.
Get E.T. Baird aboard, who's really good with these types. And E.T. Baird's been riding a long time. Over 2,500 career wins.
Yeah, a lot of success in Chicago over the years. Their ship at Red, a no match for Minister of Soul in his latest.
Yeah, he's going to have to improve to compete with some of these in here.
33-1. Number 7, Plain Talk. He should be involved early on, part of the pace.
Yeah, another one that should be forward and involved under Constantino Roman.
And finally, another outsider, Tactical Attack, and first start for trainer Esteban Martinez.
Yeah, and his one turf start really leaves a lot to be desired to think that he would be competitive here, but he only did have that one turf start, and it was at a longer distance.
Field for the Dark Star, right back to Paul at Canterbury.
Well, Lafitte, I got to get the entertainment here. The bugler for 25 years here, Lynn Skinner. Lynn, you do a tremendous job, and you said this is your 25th year. Amazing.
25th. Many years I've been here at Canterbury Park. Yep.
Do you always wear the same suit?
Wear the same suit, the same outfit, the same bow tie, but I play many different tunes during the call to post.
You get really into it. What's with the low angle? Is that part of your your shtick?
I just get all the air coming up from the feet on up, and I just, squeeze a little bit and let the air come out and give them a nice tune.
Well, Lafitte and I are just giant baseball fans. Can you play something for us, please? Wow. Give me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks, Lafitte. Linskin.
That. I'm waiting for a moonwalk. Paul's holding the mic. He could drop the mic for Lynn. Gotta love the
That was
enthusiasm.
great.
Puts on a great show.
Oh,
Fans
my
love him,
gosh.
and we look forward to this every year we cover this event.
Everybody should have that much fun going
You
to
know?
work.
He's awesome.
So talented.
Calling the field to post, puts on a show of its own. And now, time for these turf sprinters in the Dark Star. With about 2 minutes out, the warm-up continues. Looking at Artemis City Limits. All right, so Paul, check mark. We have the entertainment covered for the evening. As for the handicapping in this race, we're seeing a couple of things. Artemis City Limits, who we see on our screen, is a big overlay now, 3-1, while High Front has emerged as a heavy favorite, 8-5. What do you think?
Yeah, I guess, you know what, Jonathan Thomas has won 2 races already on the card, so maybe that has to do with something with High Front being your favorite. You know, the fans have seen both of his horses and Florent Giroux already win 2 races, and he's going for a hat trick. You know, Artemis City Limits is a confusing horse because, you know, obviously he's probably the most talented in here, but you just never know what you're going to get. You know, he draws the rail in here, and you look at him, his last 2 races, he hasn't got out of the gate, Lafitte, and you're wondering, like, is there something going on there? You know, he's been in big fields, and he's been stuck down on the rail. Now, this is an 8-horse field. If he can just break away from there a little bit better like he was doing in 2022, obviously he's got a big shot in here. I'm just concerned the last 2 times he's just broken away from the gate. Now, against much tougher, I do get that, but just hasn't really gotten away from the gate. So the inside post does worry me a little bit. You know, Mig was talking about E.T. Baird a little bit. E.T. Baird is an underrated rider. He's a tremendous rider. He was a rider in Chicago for many years. You know, this horse was 5th in the Shakertown, was not the best of trips. I thought it was an okay trip. Losing to Caravel, we know that Caravel is an absolute monster. Came back and run 2nd to Front Run the Fed. So I thought Mark to the Z, the 5, was the horse to beat in here, and I like the 5 a little bit at 7-2. Although Artemis City Limits, if he breaks, it is the horse to beat, Jonathan. I don't know the way you see it.
Yeah, look, I like High Front as a horse. I've liked him for a long time. A couple of races back at Keeneland, there was a pick 6 carryover. I singled this horse in a turf sprint. I love, and he got beat, but I love High Front. The thing with High Front is I think that Jonathan Thomas has been working with this horse to try to get him to relax a little bit and not have to be on the front end. I think that's going to work out perfectly in this race because there is a lot of other speed in here. I think that you can tell very early. If High Front is 3 across the track, 4 across the track, and a speed duel, not ideal. But if they can kind of run away from High Front, he can sit in behind horses. I think he could be extremely dangerous. The couple of horses that I think that he could sit in behind, the 2 Minister of Soul, who's going to be getting onto the turf. He's been running on the dirt as of late, but does have a ton of early speed. Early speed, very dangerous in turf sprints, especially those of the 5 furlong variety, which this race is. And then the 3, the Alligator Hunter, very dangerous horse with a ton of early speed. If one of those 2 horses I just mentioned, the 2 or the 3, happen to get loose on the lead, I think they could win. But I'm really hopeful that they hook up, and the 4 High Front sits right in behind him and blows by him in the stretch, and Florent Giroux will have his 3rd win on the evening.
Pictured Giroux, High Front. J.K. mentioned some quick horses to his inside horses that just win. Minister of Soul, 17-time winner. The Alligator Hunter, a 10-time winner. High Front, and it sounds like strategically what J.K. wants to see, Richie, is somewhat of a repeat of what we saw in the Lady C from Florent Giroux drafting off the pace.
I thought he might have a difficult time raiding the Royal Realm, but he was able to settle her, and I would imagine he's looking for a similar trip with High Front. Keep an eye on Artemis City Limits, how he stands in the gate. Sometimes he can be a little antsy, he'll get to shuffle on his feet, and I think that's lent itself to him not breaking his sharp. So far, it looks like he's really minding his manners.
Doesn't have to deal with Caravel and those types on this evening as we are all set. It is post time for the Dark Star.
Out here at the park, and they're racing, and that gray Plain Talk looks to soar away, and Plain Talk ridden aggressively for speed by Constantino Roman. The gray with a killer crossover gets down to the inside, leads at a length and a piece. Next to the rail is Artemis City Limits. Outside of that one is local horse Minister of Soul, overtaken by Minnesotan the Alligator Hunter, who cuts the lead to a half. Then we come back to Mark of the Z, about 5 out of it. After that, High Front beginning to run on fast, angling to the outside of Minister of Soul. Then we come back to Ship It Red, and the one in last is Tactical Attack, and the one in first is Plain Talk, and Plain Talk is clear on the outside. High Front has hit a high gear between runners, the Alligator Hunter. Here comes High Front, and Florent Geroux triples on Northern Stars Turf Festival night.
Wash, rinse, repeat for Jonathan Thomas, Florent Geroux, 3 wins apiece, second victory on the evening for Augustin Stable, back-to-back stakes wins, and just like Regal Realm and the Lady C, High Front catapulting past horses in the stretch to take down the Dark Star.
Yeah, and similar to the last race, he kind of stopped this horse the first step out of the gate, and he was last early, but he was traveling. He was in the bridle. He knew he had a lot of horse underneath him. Saved ground until the middle of the turn, angled out to the clear. So I'm not going to get fancy. Watch the break. I mean, he broke a step slow, and now he kind of had to grab him a little bit. I don't know that that was 100% by design like the last race. I mean, he just got off a little bit bad. I also noticed Florent adjusting his stirrup on the gallop out. He might have just hit the gate leaving there, and you know his foot probably wasn't in the position he wanted. And then he reached down and fixed it. But there's no doubt about High Front and his turn of foot and the way he blazed over the field. He was much the best. Artemis City Limits may not be the same horse. Feels like at 6 he might have lost a step.
A little dull on this evening. Artemis City Limits for Florent Geroux, who didn't even have to change his silks. Back-to-back stakes wins, and whether it was by design or not, maybe Paul can lend perspective after speaking with Geroux after a third stakes win, but for High Front, how about the versatility, having won his first race, wire-to-wire fashion, his second race, pace prompting, and now here, essentially, from last to first. In many different ways, this rapidly ascending gelding can win races.
Well, one thing that all good horses have in common, they possess speed. It's how they learn to use that speed, how they learn to dole it out. Now, obviously, great information from Jonathan talking about Jonathan Thomas wanting this horse to settle and been working with him to rate. Well, they got him to rate today. I kind of think watching that replay without the benefit of a head on that he hit the side of the gate leaving there. And maybe that's what kind of put Florent's foot in a funny position and also stopped him from getting off cleanly. But, man, did he turn it on when it counted.
2-1 at post time. High Front over Plain Talk. Mark of the Z, 4-7-5-3 in the Dark Star Turf Sprint Stakes at Canterbury. And when we return, all right, so he's never raced on grass, but he's favored in tonight's main event. 1 in Vermilion has to deal with Worthington, however, a threat. Second choice on the morning line for a trainer who knows how to win this race. Canterbury Derby is next.
Forte
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. Brought to you in part by Hill and Dale. Atalapa. Gorgeous shot. Beautiful evening. Shakopee, Minnesota. Biggest night of the year. And for this guy, high front. Back-to-back wins. A stakes winner now. Taking down the Dark Star Turf Sprint Stakes. Just missing the stakes record.
Just missing the stakes record. Imagine if he had broken cleanly and then was able to rate and settle. Maybe breaking a bit slowly helped him. And Augustin Stable having a good night. George Strawbridge, the owner of Augustin Stable, beat a member of the Jockey Club since 1976.
Wow, 76. 2 wins tonight, Strawbridge. 3 for trainer Jonathan Thomas, and 3 for Florent Giroux. Once again, standing by with Paul in the winner's circle of Canterbury.
Yeah, hat trick from Florent Giroux. Florent, we've been having a good conversation all night. This is a lot of fun, isn't it?
Yeah, too bad it's over, Paul. my last mount is Crutch, and I really liked him, but that's all right. I think it was still a great night, and very grateful and thankful for the opportunity JT, Jonathan Thomas, giving me and his honor, so I appreciate it, and thanks to them. And
you only had 2 mounts for JT, and you were 1 for 2. Now you're 4 for 5, 80% for him. But by the way, a lot of people don't realize the track record is 54.77. You just ran 54.8 and you 8-0, so 0.03 off the track record, and you said you blew the start.
Yeah, exactly. Broke a tad slow and almost clipped hill at the beginning. I felt like they were going extremely fast, and some horses were all over the place. Some of them blew the turn. I can see a few guys had a very tough time handling the horses. I kept mine right off the fence. All the way to like by mid-turn, 3/4 of a turn, and tipped him out at the quarter pole, and I zoomed by them very fast, and very happy with the performance of my horse.
You know, Flo, all 3 of these horses that you've won on, you haven't ridden. So, like, what goes into that process? You just watch the replays?
Yeah, watch replays and just listen to carefully to the trainer. He knows better than I do, and sometimes it's almost better off, when you don't know the horse. You don't go, with knowing something. You just being comfortable and try to stay out of their way, and that's the best way to do things. I was expecting to be a lot closer with this one and the filly. You see, sometimes things doesn't go according to plan. You just go to plan B, very switch, and you need to adapt to the situation. Not trying to say, all right, on paper I should be slaying second or third. I have to be second and third. It's not how it happened. Sometimes you need to rethink. And at the end of the day, it's horse racing. It's not jockey racing. So you need to let the horse, be comfortable, keep them in a nice rhythm, because the better off you stay out of their way, the better kick they're going to give you at the end. So that's the
well, congratulations for the hat trick, Lafitte. I know we got to get to Penn National, but Florent Giroux with 3 here on the card.
Yeah, we have more jockey racing, more horse racing from Penn National. Post time for the 8th.
There. Political broke well to the outside. There goes Charging Lion. Far outside, All-Time Classic. All-Time Classic takes over here, looks to angle over, rushing through the inside then, Vishnu. They are then followed by Triple A Plus, who's moved up the far outside. Then toward the rail, it's Charging Lion. Political got shuffled back there, and then He Came True is joining that one toward the rear of the pack. They move to the backstretch, opening quarter 24 flat here. And taking the lead to the outside, All-Time Classic has it a full length. Vishnu is second. Far outside, Triple A Plus races third. Next in line is Charging Lion. He Came True is next, and toward the rail, then Political, 6th and last. They head to the half-mile pole here. A short lead for All-Time Classic. Vishnu is second from the rail. Triple A Plus now joins the far outside as they race to the turn. And moving up then, Charging Lion. Political is next inside. And dropping back then, He Came True. The half up at 48-2. And taking over now, Triple A Plus makes the lead, opens up by a length. Quickly moving up then, here comes Charging Lion. Inside then, All-Time Classic is next. Political ranges up the far outside as they turn for the wire. AAA plus charging line battling down the center. Political joins a 3-ply battle with a furlong to go. Inside AAA plus Political the outside now. And in between them then Charging Lion. Political strikes the front in deep stretch. Political to win it. AAA plus was next. Then came Charging Lion. Looks like he came true. Came from last to get fourth.
6-year-old Gelding going well. New York bred, Political. Last 3 races, couple of wins, a second-place finish. Strikes in the 8th at Penn National.
And the last run was the right run in the last at Penn National, going to mile 7-year Political, son of Constitution. Gets it done. Julio Hernandez, and full disclosure, I'm not as familiar with some of the riders at Penn National. This rider looked really good finishing on this horse, and gave this horse a terrific ride.
Political. Would love to have seen what his sire could have done in the Kentucky Derby. Constitution.
Yeah.
Lightly raced for Todd Pletcher. Won that Florida Derby. Would have been among the favorites. Circling back to a story this year for Pletcher with Forte. Forgot about that one, Constitution. There was also Uncle Mo back in 2010, 2011 on there with Constitution, who never had a chance to race in the Derby. And Flo's not going to have a chance to race the Canterbury Derby. The mount scratch gives someone else a chance to win, Richie, because he's on an absolute roll. His mounts tonight, 3 wins and a second-place finish. That'll work.
And Florent Drew does not lack confidence. And you just see the way he just, breaks slow, no problem. Let me give this horse a chance. And it's not jockey racing, it's horse racing.
Like the responses, really thoughtful, very insightful, talented rider. Big night at Canterbury for Florent Geroux, taking down the Dark Star, amongst others. High front, sensational. When we come back, the Derby.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run. Improbable, now a grade 1 winner.
It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's Improbable to win the Whitney.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Canterbury Park's BCBC Handicapping Contest is September 13th. $1,000 entry fee and $1,000 live bankroll. Play on expressbet.com or at the park. Win your way to the Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge or the National Horse Players Championship in Canterbury Park's BCBC NHC Qualifier Contest on Wednesday, September 13th. Powered by ExpressBet.
Fun night of racing at Canterbury Park. Coverage is always on America's Day /evening at the races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. See how tranquil it is at Claiborne. Not going to look like that opening day at Saratoga, and we can't wait to see that crowd before long. 3 weeks from tomorrow, the most prestigious race meet in North America. Live coverage right here. Saratoga Live returns July 13th. Opening day, and we are going to spend a lot of time this summer on Big Fox. Saturdays on Fox, like 6 of them, from the Coaching Club, American Oaks, to the Travers, and everything in between. Saratoga's most prestigious races this summer, only on Fox. And speaking of that, Travers Day, August 26th, that's when this champion will likely next race. Good Night Olive, ballerina bound, undercard of the Travers Ritchie. Had to work pretty hard, though, to win that Bed of Roses last week. What a race.
Well, I think this showed two things. Good Night Olive was unlucky to lose the Derby City Distaff. We obviously all knew that, but also just how deep and contentious this division is. Wicked Halo is a bigger, stronger version of herself. Carmel Swirl ran a big race. Good Night Olive's very good, but I think this division is very good.
Highly decorated reigning champion, last fall's Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint winner, and 7 months after the Breeders' Cup, Richie, I think it's safe to say that form is holding up pretty nicely in terms of Breeders' Cup winners and how well they're still performing, specifically over the last several days here in New York.
I think it's great, and I love this trend where we're seeing horses race on to older ages, right? Elite Power, Caravel, Cody's Wish, Good Night Olive coming back. Obviously, Forte is still a 3-year-old and maybe the best 3-year-old still. Just, had to overcome a lot just to get to the Belmont, and a very good second there to a Perfect Trip winner who's also very good now, Arcangelo. But I love that you're seeing horses race on. It gives the fans an opportunity to latch on to them, create a fan base, and look forward to them returning. And horses don't fully develop till the age of 5, so you're seeing horses now coming back and seeing the best versions of themselves.
And we see the best of the best every summer at Saratoga. The big names, the champions. I'm going to ask you a little bit later on more on Saratoga in terms of the excitement with North America's most prestigious race meet just 3 weeks from tomorrow. Again, live coverage right here on Saratoga Live. We have breaking news, I'm being told. Paul Duca standing by at Canterbury. Paul, what's going on?
Yeah, a little unfortunate news here, Lafitte and Mig. Jareth Loveberry's off all of his mounts. I actually was walking out here to the paddock here with Flo, and I'm like, wait a second. I thought you were going home. He's like, no. Jareth Loveberry had hurt his shoulder. He told me that he had fallen off a horse actually at Ellis Park a couple days ago in basically the warm-up, and he kind of tweaked his shoulder. And he said in his last race that he rode that horse was giving him a little bit of trouble, and it really gave him a lot of pain in his right shoulder, and he decided to take off the mount. So Worthington will be ridden by Florent Drew, not a bad replacement, and looking for the golden sombrero.
Paul, thanks so much. So for Giroux, a night not done. The pickup mount on the live one, Worthington, second choice on the morning line, currently 5-2 for the Canterbury Derby. But in terms of Flo's mounts, that's what he's done tonight. The 4 mounts, the 3 stakes wins, the second place finish in the Curtis Sampson Oaks, and now riding in the Canterbury Derby. But looking ahead, Richie, in 3 days, 2 Phils, the runner-up in the Kentucky Derby, is making his first start since in the Ohio Derby. And Jareth Loveberry, you have 3 days to start feeling a little bit better.
No, it's troublesome, and it's not like other sports where you've got a team doctor and a team trainer, the physical therapist, and riders are basically on their own, have to judge their own bodies and figure out if they got to go visit a doctor and see what's going on. It looked like Artemis City Limits was giving him a very hard time around the far turn, and sometimes maybe what was tweaked in a minor fall gets compounded later on by a horse giving you a difficult time trying to bear out or bear in with you.
Adding potential insult to injury if Loveberry has to watch Giroux win this Canterbury Derby with Worthington. Now, what will the communication be like between Loveberry and team 2 Phils, wanting to know that it's a big race? It's the Kentucky Derby runner-up's first appearance since the Run for the Roses in the Ohio Derby, wanting to know their jockey is at or very close to his physical best.
Yeah, and I'm sure right now they're very concerned. And, you have to have a lot of trust in each other in situations like this. You're going to ask your rider, are you okay? But you need the truth. And the rider doesn't get paid unless he rides, so he's always going to test the boundaries of his physical limitations, right?
And especially in a stakes race coming up, you're going to try to ride through whatever discomfort there is. This isn't
biggest.
We have no idea what the diagnosis is. We don't know how much pain. We have no idea. I know that you would try to ride with one arm if you had to.
Well, you would have to think that it's significant if he took off right on the cusp of going to the paddock to ride a horse in a $100,000 stake. Now, the biggest professional mistake I ever made in my life was going to ride Artie Schiller in the Breeders' Cup with a broken arm, essentially. And I went and rode him, and I had a terrible trip, and I should have never done it, and it's something that I'll always regret. But sometimes you believe in your heart more than your mind that you can do something, and then it's too late once you're out there to change it.
I believe in my heart. We're going to see a serious performance here as we get set for the headline event, the Canterbury Derby, in 9 minutes. Take a listen.
Lynn Dykers, call to the post, brings them onto the track for the $100,000.
Call to post for the $100,000 Canterbury Derby post parade. There is the favorite, 1 in Vermilion, 3-5.
Boy, couldn't look any better on his toes. Shiny as a copper penny. Comes in off that big turf work that certainly encouraged him to give this a try.
California bred, raced in the Santa Anita Derby this spring. His turf debut. Handicappers not concerned. The odds-on favorite, Worthington. Red-hot jockey Florent Giroux picks up the mount.
Worthington was a very good 2-year-old. We haven't quite seen that 2-year-old form yet, but he's had kind of an odd campaign. I think maybe looking to see if he was a Kentucky Derby type horse.
Another rider change. Adam Beschizza takes over here on Golden Bandit.
This horse moved way up on the turf, was a much better race than any of his other races. Have to take another step forward, but that race was encouraging.
We Storm is out, who Giroux was supposed to ride. So now a field of 5, number 5, and Happy Dancer, a turf debut for him as well. Valerie Lund, co-owner and trainer.
A horse that Dam was a stakes winner on turf sprints, right? So this horse has also been showing good speed, and she has produced 2 turf winners. Can he carry that speed?
15-1, longest shot on the tote board. Long shots towards the outside. Café Caliente on the outside. Alonso Quinones. We heard from Richard Grunder earlier, former track announcer, Tampa Bay Downs, and Quinones' agent out of Canterbury.
This horse ran well last time in his turf debut. Really no excuses. Had every opportunity, just wasn't quite good enough. He's going to have to step it up as well.
5 of them. 1 mile, 3-year-olds Canterbury Derby with a $100,000 purse, post time 6 minutes. And of course, as always, we invite you to join us at Naira Bets. Get signed up and take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code BONUS200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match. That's after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NairaBets.com, to earn your $200 deposit match. Highlight of the Northern Lights Turf Festival. And with a strong contention towards the inside with 1 in Vermilion, who's 4-5. You're looking at Worthington for 2-time Canterbury Derby winning trainer, Mike Maker. Here's the thing, 0 for 4 as a 3-year-old. This is what he was doing at the end of his freshman season when he won a second grass race at Churchill Downs.
And he was 2 for 3 with a third from, as a 2-year-old. So we can forgive the race on the dirt. We'll forgive the race on synthetic. But what excuses did he have last time? I mean, he had an absolutely perfect trip and just came up a little bit flat. We need to see at least the 2-year-old form from Worthington. And honestly, horses are supposed to be faster at 3 than they are at 2.
And, we haven't seen the progression just yet. 6-5, second choice. Florent Giroux taking over on Worthington. And for 1 in Vermilion, again, the question surrounding the logical choices. Worthington, can he get that first win as a 3-year-old? And 1 in Vermilion, how effective will he be on a surface he's never raced on?
Again, I love that strong work on the turf. 5 furlongs in basically 1 minute and 4/5. Means he went essentially every furlong in 12 seconds. Obviously, the connections liked what they saw from it. It's not an overwhelming turf pedigree by any means. Here's another thing to think about. 1 in Vermilion does his best work when he's allowed to kind of freewheel on the lead. And he's a horse with natural speed. Happy Dancer, being by Claiborne Farm Stallion Run Happy, who is, was a very fast horse, and obviously he's passed on his speed to Happy Dancer out of a stakes-winning turf sprinting mare. Could be the fly in his ointment. That horse should show good speed. Will 1 in Vermilion get hooked up in a duel, or will he be able to sit just off him?
How will he handle the surface? What will the race shape look like? How much pressure from the outside? 1 in Vermilion, 4-5. Right back to Paul with more on the Canterbury Derby favorite.
Yeah, this is an interesting field because you guys make all the right points in here when it comes to 1 in Vermilion. The 1 in here, whether this horse is going to really like the turf or not. And, when you look back when Esteban Martinez had this horse at Sunland Park, the numbers weren't that great. Now, there's 2 races at Santa Anita where Eric Cooljack had this horse. obviously a good race in the Santa Anita Derby behind Practical Move and Skinner. Both those horses were obviously scratched out of the Kentucky Derby. I think Practical Move for Tim Yaktin's a really nice horse, and Skinner both. And then comes back and wins. Now comes here to Canterbury in the next start. Horse was 1-20 and had a fight on his hands. So is this horse better in the Eric Cruiljak barn and now getting on the turf for the first time? Is this the same horse that we saw in California? And, you know, Mig makes a lot of good points about Worthington because in his last race, he just really did no running. Was he wide? Kind of. You know, he just spit the bit a little bit, and when he was wide around the far turn, you know, Luis Saez kind of stopped on him. Now you got Florent Giroux, obviously the replacement rider for Jareth Loveberry, who's hot as a pistol. He's looking for his fourth, so I can understand where the public's going there. I just can't take One in Vermilion at 4-5. I get that the numbers stand out, those two numbers, but the numbers under the trainer right now just don't stand out. And I think Golden Bandit's the other horse in here. Taking to the turf first time, I understand that this horse was 3-5 getting on the turf, so that field was not much. But I just like the way he did it. So at 4-1, I think he's got a chance. I think the one's a tiny bit vulnerable, but I know, Jonathan, you like the one a lot in here.
The Florent Giroux ad. I also think this horse is taking money in the double. I think the two's going to end up being favored. I'm going to stick with the one in Vermilion. Richie touched on it. This horse worked on the turf last time, and they liked what happened. I liked the time of the turf work. The rider must have liked what happened with this horse. This horse has very fast numbers on the dirt. In my opinion, dirt racing, a little bit tougher of a horse. It's a little bit harder to run on the dirt. This horse has some toughness. I think he'll handle the grass okay. And I love the fact that he's drawn inside with tactical speed. I'm going to stick with the inside, the one in Vermilion, and I do think this horse will go off as the second choice.
Warm night in Shakopee, Minnesota. JK, One in Vermilion, a little bit washed out. The California bred, his sire, a monster on dirt, an undefeated Army mule. And going back to the training on grass and listening to Sarah and Acacia earlier discussing that trainer Esteban Martinez actually gallops One in Vermilion. I think insinuating a quiet sense of confidence in One in Vermilion that he will be as good, as effective on the surface.
Well, again, going back to that workout, I mean, it was good from a time standpoint, and obviously if he gets on his own horses too, he would have a better handle than just visually watching a horse move over the turf.
How soon will Harry Hernandez know? How soon will he know that he's handling it well?
Oh, he'll know in the first 16th of a mile. Yeah, and he'll also know, too, if he's going to be getting sincere pressure from Happy Dancer and how that will play out going to the first turn.
Lots to watch. The highlight of the program, all set for the Canterbury Derby. One in Vermilion, even money at post time. Paul Allen standing by.
And it's the 12th running of the Canterbury Derby. And they're racing for $100,000 in the Canterbury Derby, and they broken a line. One in Vermilion on the stretch out and turf debut, right to the lead with Harry Hernandez, and One in Vermilion zings into the first turn with an ever widening lead. Golden Bandit attempting to win 2 in a row, watches One in Vermilion run away by 2. After that we have Worthington. Giroux looking for 4 victories, Northern Stars Turf Festival night, and that one is to the inside of Happy Dancer and Coffee Caliente. And now One in Vermilion adroitly slows down on that pace with 4.5 to go. One in Vermilion settles into a professional stride, leading it by 1. Worthington rolls up to the inside of Golden Bandit. Coffee Caliente at a fat price under a tight hold into the far turn and to the outside of Happy Dancer in his turf debut. And Happy Dancer on the stretch out is going for a run. One in Vermilion attacked by Golden Bandit, and Golden Bandit strolls by One in Vermilion and does so stylishly. At 2-1, Golden Bandit looking to steal all the gold in the Canterbury Derby. One in Vermilion can only watch him run away. Worthington is rolling up to second to the outside of One in Vermilion. It is Golden Bandit with a lead of 4. One in Vermilion puts his mind back on running, but it's too late, and Golden Bandit steals the Canterbury Derby.
Golden Bandit The pickup mount, Adam Beschizza, turning for home, emerging with the lead, creating some separation and going on to victory and taking down the winner's share of this $100,000 purse in the Canterbury Derby.
I was talking to you when they were going on the back stretch of feet and said, man, the way Golden Bandit's traveling compared to the way One in Vermilion's traveling, you could see just Adam Beschizza had 2 handfuls of horse. He cut him loose around the far turn, about the 5/16 pole, overtook One in Vermilion. The only thing that surprised me is One in Vermilion tried to re-rally. I mean, there's no quit in One in Vermilion. I don't know that he was crazy about the turf. He handled it. I think there's a difference between a horse really relishing it and handling it, where Golden Bandit is now 2 for 2 on turf. And good call. Yeah, our Paul LaDuca said he liked this horse and liked his race, and this horse ran even better than he did last time.
Some positive vibes. Talked to trainer Cody Rosen earlier on in the program. Golden Bandit, you mentioned how resolute One in Vermilion was in defeat. He didn't have a chance to necessarily respond. It's not as if Golden Bandit creeped up to his throat latch and they were stride for stride. That was an absolute ambush. And like by the time One in Vermilion realizes what's going on, Golden Bandit's 2.5, 3 in front.
Well, sometimes it's better. Don't allow a horse to kind of engage with you. Hit him over the head quick and get by him and put it away. And that's what Adam Beschizza did. He took no prisoners. He made a decisive move, and it more than paid off. Golden Bandit got bet down late, 2-1.
For the Bootsos, the winning owners, Barry and Joni. Cody Rosen on the program earlier. He was confident going in. Adam Beschizza, pickup mount, Golden Bandit in the Canterbury Derby. Results, reaction when we come back. 3, 1, 2, 6. Golden Bandit in the 2023 Canterbury Derby.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. At the sales, his first crop yearling sold up to $300,000. Dual Surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1 is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet over 300 tracks anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Hopefully you listened to Cody Rosen earlier, winning trainer. Paul LaDuca's thoughts on Golden Bandit, confident going in. Golden Bandit responds, a big win. That assault on One in Vermilion at the top of the stretch. Worthington kind of one pace throughout. Golden Bandit, though, who's by Midnight Loot, a 2-time Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, Richie. He's found a new home on grass.
Really has. 2 for 2 on the turf now, and I mean, he had instant acceleration when Adam Beschizza asked him for it. He outfooted One in Vermilion quickly, and it looked like, well, Worthington will beat One in Vermilion then, and Wonder Vermilion just stayed on. I mean, this is a horse that's got fight. You got to respect Wonder Vermilion. I think Golden Bandit was best, got the right trip, but I like horses that'll fight you for it. And Wonder Vermilion, he did not give it up. He kept fighting.
And he was aggressive. You mentioned going into that first turn was Wonder Vermilion, Golden Bandit off the pace. You can see how excited they are in the winner's circle and the winning team here for the Butzos, the winning owners. Cody Rosen, winning trainer. Pick up Mount Adam Beskiza in this Canterbury Derby, the highlight of tonight's program, and a no doubt about it performance on a gelding who's looked that much better since the switch to grass.
2 for 2 on the turf, and did this with style. Certainly gave himself an opportunity now to try even tougher horses. But Adam Beskiza is a rider that I've been impressed with. Covering Churchill Downs like we do, he's very European in style in some respects, but he's a very strong finisher, and he puts horses in position, and Golden Bandit was always in position to take down this Canterbury Derby.
2-1 at post time. You ask, excuses for Wonder Vermilion or Worthington, why it didn't work out. In this case, it was just clearly, I thought, a matter of Golden Bandit just being the best horse of the night.
Just being best. I mean, he was always traveling, and it helps a rider. It makes a rider's job so much easier when they're in the bridle and a rider can gauge how much he has underneath him.
That's exactly how it all unfolded for Adam Beskiza, who you'll hear from in a moment. Golden Bandit here, and the switch in surface and on that particular turf course, both at Canterbury, and now interesting to see where he next resurfaces after building this momentum and then 2 straight wins and a stakes wins on grass.
And his maiden breaking effort on turf was very good. But this was a whole nother step forward. So this horse has obviously found what he's most comfortable doing. And this is a horse they claimed for not a tremendous amount of money back last February.
Pretty good claim.
Yeah. Hey, they did. It's always nice when people claim with an idea or some insight, and then it pans out.
And tonight, Golden Bandit at 2-1, the winner of the Canterbury Derby. And now we're all set. Paul standing by with winning pilot, Adam Beskiza. Paulie.
Yeah, the Canterbury Derby winning jockey here. They call him Biscuit, but we call him Adam Beskiza here on America's Day at the Races. And this is a horse that was a 12-5 claimer, and it just shows you a horse can be a different horse on the turf course, right, Adam?
Yeah, he definitely seemed to have found his own when Cody ran him on the turf over the 7.5 here the last day. But it seems like he's sort of found his niche here, especially the extra distance wasn't any hindrance to him. But no, it's a very fitting winner today. Obviously, Barry and Joni, they've been huge supporters of mine over the years, ever since I stepped foot, in the States. Must be 5-6 years ago now. They've always got behind me, and big thank you to them, and congrats to Cody. We go way back, obviously, when he was an assistant. I was riding for trainers he was assistant to, and he's out on his own now, and he's doing himself proud. So.
Yeah, when you claim a horse for $12,500 from Brad Cox, you don't really think these are going to be the results. But Richard Migliori in our studio was saying you had a handful of horse on the backside.
Yeah, no, he's a really big, powerful horse. Always traveled very well. He was always on cue when I was about to call for him, and no, he's got a good little punch there for a furlong and a half, and I think he can put a lot of races to bed that way. So,
well, congratulations, Adam. Adam Beskiza gets the job done here. And a Canterbury Derby, Golden Bandit, $12,500 claimer. Get you a W, Lafitte.
Yeah, Paulie, how rewarding that must be, Richie, for Cody Rosen, the claim off a high-profile stable, $12,500, and now onward and upward for Golden Bandit, what he's doing on grass, and a Canterbury Derby winner.
Well, I think it's kind of the theme of what we've been seeing, particularly since Arcangelo won the Belmont Stakes. Jenna Antonucci, maybe not a household name, right? But a very capable horse person. And there are so many capable horse trainers that just don't get the opportunity. And it is about horse racing. And riders and trainers are only as good as the stock they get to work with.
Market seemingly cornered by some of the big-name super trainers. But, yeah. An opportunity. What you're seeing from Cody Rosen, what he's done with Golden Bandit and a former $12,500 claimer, tonight's winner of the Canterbury Derby. We have one left. Back to the main track for the first time in a while. The MTA Stallion Auction Stakes with a $50,000 purse, 8 of them, and 9-5, number 6, Thunder's Rock and Roll. When we come back, and to look back at some of the highlights from this evening. The Curtis Sampson Oaks Cupid's Crush, impressive. And in the Lady Canterbury, we thought there could be a title defense. They tried, it was unsuccessful, just too much Regal Realm in the end. That's next.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinzie. McKinzie Preservationist, Vito Rosso and Yoshida. McKinzie's in front.
McKinzie, they've done it. McKinzie has it by 2.
It's McKinzie in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays features a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:40, kicking off the Win Early Pick 5. Home to full, competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Hey, horse players, check out Canterbury Park, racing now through September 16th. Canterbury Park offers 10% takeout on the post-time pick 4 and late pick 5 every racing day. That's the lowest takeout in the nation. 10% takeout, come play.
Sun setting in Shakopee, Minnesota. Warm day, terrific racing. America's Day of the Races continues here on Fox Sports 1. Still have the MTA Stallion Auction Stakes, the biggest night of the year in Canterbury, and the stakes racing started hours ago. Back in the second race, in case you missed it, the Brooks Fields Mile, and right there it started for Florent Giroux, first of 3 wins on the evening, all stakes wins, Richie, and Fuerteventura. Jonathan Thomas, Giroux right there in behind the leaders.
Yeah, right in behind the leaders, comes out, finds the seams, got a horse just outside him. Stagecoach Boys kind of leaning on him a little bit. Now he's committed. He's got to go forward. He can't allow the horse to push him down onto the one horse. There was a bit of contact. I think the stewards ruled that kind of both horses were to blame. You know, they both contributed, if you will. Ferrant was making sure he secured his path. Constantino Roman was trying to kind of make it as tough on him as he can. To me, this was just race riding on both parts, and a nice effort here. And a mile in 1:33.1.
Like a cavalry charge. A blanket finish there. And Fuerteventura, those Bob LaPenta colors, able to get his nose down for Jonathan Thomas. Florent Giroux again started a big evening. Then about an hour later, Curtis Sampson Stakes, the 4th on the program, and Cupid's Crush with Gallardo just off the pace.
Cupid's Crush coming out of dirt races, never tried the turf before, excuse the pun, but Cupid's Crush loved the turf, took them gate to wire. A really nice effort here for this daughter of Cupid, and she just kept finding, set a legitimate pace, another fastly run race, 1:34.1 here for the fillies.
The theme of the night, a surface switch, an improved effort, Cupid's Crush. Now, 4 for 6, the versatility, good on both surfaces, dirt and turf.
Gives you options, doesn't it?
Makes life a little easier. The connection's there. Several options moving forward. Keep an eye out for Cupid's Crush and where she might next resurface. How about the fillies in the Lady Canterbury Stakes? Again, we were looking for a potential title defense. Regal Realm, though, had other ideas, and this attack from off the pace just blowing by competition. Again, they're shaving a couple of them in the stretch, but clear. Victory number 1 for Jonathan Shepard's Augustin Stable, 2 for trainer Jonathan Thomas, and winning jockey Florent Giroux.
Yeah, change in tactics here. Regal Realm usually a bit keen, usually right up on top of the pace. Florent. She got off, kind of brushed the gate, leaving there, got off a step slow, but he had her in his hands, and he kind of, was intent on getting her to rate, covered up in behind horses. You can see there with the bit of a high head carriage that she has, but she gets it done. Nice effort from her with the change of tactics.
Good night for George Strawbridge's Augustin stable. Not the last time we'd see them in the winner's circle. Big performance with Laurent Giroux. 2 stakes wins there at that point. Second for Jonathan Thomas. And in the Dark Star, it's more of the same, Richie, here. Wash, rinse, repeat. High front in the Dark Star.
Came from dead last, didn't break particularly well. Florent saved some ground at the beginning of the turn, angled out midway of the far turn to the clear. Felt like, wow, I've got so much horse under me. This Son of Summer front is carrying me. He angled out, and this horse kicked home just a 1/5 of a second off the track record.
Just a 1/5 of a second. That fast, and in the end, it's a turf sprint. Normally we seek tighter finishes. When a horse wins that easy, this is a blowout here, essentially, and no doubt about performance with the crop uncocked in the end for Giroux.
He didn't hit the front until he was inside the furlong ground. So with less than 220 yards to run, he hits the lead, and then he puts 2 lengths separation on the field and continued on. Not easy to get separation in turf sprints. This horse made it look pretty easy.
Winning different ways, having won in wire-to-wire fashion, just off the pace, prompting the pace. And tonight from far back. And then just moments ago in the $100,000 Canterbury Derby with all eyes on $1 in Vermilion, Worthington, it is Golden Bandit, and Adam Beschizza has given this field the slip.
Always sitting in good position. Adam Beschizza had a lot of horse underneath him. You could see the way he was traveling. And when he turned to Moose, he ran by $1 in Vermilion quite easily. And here comes $1 in Vermilion. And I'm sure Adam Beschizza coming to the wire, he took a little peek to his right, thinking it was probably a different challenger. I'm sure he was surprised that it was $1 in Vermilion. I disposed of you a 1/4 of a mile ago.
A lot of guts, a lot of determination. Hats off to the runner-up, $1 in Vermilion, but too much Golden Bandit. In the end, in his second start on grass, where he's been perfect now, 2 for 2, and winner of tonight, Canterbury Derby. Winner share of the $100,000 purse. They were fired up in the winner's circle on this stellar evening of thoroughbred racing in Shakopee, Minnesota. And the winners tonight, the wall-to-wall stakes racing. Cupid's Crush was the tough one to find, 1860. The handicappers locked in throughout. Was there a standout performance to you on the night thus far?
I think they were all really good performances, but if you put me on the spot, High Front. What he did after not breaking particularly well, and the way he kicked clear against some very hard-hitting, accomplished turf sprinters.
And as a rider, when you can find out something new about a racehorse, when things don't unfold early on the way you drew it up on the chalkboard.
Well, your best horses not only have ability, they have tenacity, and they're able to overcome adversity. So when you see a horse change their style or not have things go perfectly and run that way, to me, that's when I get impressed with horses more than when they have that perfect trip and they run away from horses. Again, there's a difference between ability and desire. And when you have both, that's the best of both worlds.
Saw some of that tonight. Canterbury Park, where we still have one stakes race left. The MTA Stallion Auction Stakes with a $50,000 purse. Live look there. Sunset in Shakopee. And Thunder's Rock and Roll at 3-2. Will he burn handicappers tonight? Will he burn chalk players tonight? Defeated at 5 cents on the dollar in his most recent. Now look, he didn't break all that well. There was a legitimate stumble at the start. But right here, Thunder's Rock and Roll at 1-9, and you can tell he's in deep water.
Yeah, he's in deep water. He cut the corner, and then you saw his rider, Harry Hernandez, looking to angle out to the clear. He's on his wrong lead. He just looked like he was never completely together, a little discombobulated, if you will, never balanced. And I think that's something that, particularly young riders, Harry Hernandez hasn't ridden 1,000 winners yet. You want to get your horses balanced. You don't want them so off the bridle or sideways. You got to help them. You got to put the bit in their mouth. There's times to be a passenger. There's times to be a pilot. And in an instance like that, that's your time to be a pilot.
Thunder's Rock and Roll. We'll see if she can break better tonight. 6-5, the current favorite. Then you have Sir Sterling and what he was able to do in this field. Several fillies taking on the boys, but Sir Sterling here on May 27th, running away in hiding after flashing speeds leaving the gate.
this was a nice performance. I mean, look at the demeanor of Sir Sterling here. Ears pinned, serious. You know, this horse is just intense the way he's running to the wire. Now, this was 5.5 furlongs. He has another furlong, another 220 yards to negotiate. But, man, that was a big effort last time.
Sir Sterling, currently 3-1, the second choice in the wagering for this MTA Stallion Auction Stakes, 6.5 furlong sprint. Go ahead.
I have a question for you.
Shoot.
Sir Sterling, watching that video and the way he finished and his demeanor, and your favorite, Thunder's Rock and Roll, who looked to me a bit off balance and, like I said, discombobulated, I would feel like the 3 should be your favorite and the 6 should be 3-1.
Based on just their last 2 with a call to post and the show that this gentleman has put on this evening. One final time before the MTA Stallion Auction Stakes. Stellar as ever. And calling the field to post for the MTA Stallion Auction Stakes. Disappointing we haven't seen the tap dancing just yet, but the night's not through. Post parade. Mama's having a hot flash. God, that's a great name. One of 4 fillies in the field.
Yeah, got that one by the Jockey Club. Add speed to the affair.
10-1. Currently drawn inside. Big overlay. 7-2 on the morning line now. 10-1. The gray. Tap that dial. Still a maiden.
Yeah, still a maiden facing much more accomplished or seasoned rivals, if you will.
Sir Sterling, not Serling. Sterling, when he won that last race we just saw, yeah, he was 22-1 that evening.
Did not run like a 22-1 shot last time. This horse runs that race back, they all got to worry. They got to catch this horse.
And check Cash and Connie, she just beat Thunder Rock and Roll at 11-1.
Yeah, and again, listen, Thunder Rock and Roll didn't have a perfect trip, but check Cash and Connie is a horse that stalks, got the right kind of style.
It was a legit stumble at the start. Sam Says, one of 4 Minnesota breds.
Yeah, another one. Just feels like Sam Says is going to have to get faster to compete here.
Thunder's Rock and Roll 6-5 favorite, again defeated at 5 cents on the dollar in her most recent.
Yeah, and listen, definitely excuses. Daughter McLean's music. I just didn't like kind of how she got herself a bit sideways last time.
Harry Hernandez, leading rider. 6-5, Thunder's Rock and Roll to her outside. Franz, the Oklahoma bred who needs to step it up.
Yeah, 1 for 11 and just hasn't run a race fast enough to make you feel like she can compete here. Excuse me, he can compete here.
Again, a lot of fillies. Then taking on the boys in this one. Artistic Vision, a 3-year-old filly here. A deep closing winner, like in the slop at Will Rogers Downs.
Well, this is my notes right there. Deep closer in a race that does have plenty of speed signed on. So if you're looking for a horse at a bit of a price, she should be running in the right direction late.
8 of them. MTA Stallion Auction Stakes. That's the field. 6-5 Thunder's Rock and Roll. Of course, you can join us, get involved, sign up at Naira Bets. Take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code BONUS200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track anywhere, anytime. Join now, NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. JK, the nightcap. What'd you come up with here in this MTA Stallion Auction Stakes? Can you trust Thunder's Rock and Roll after what happened in her latest?
You know, I think you can. Looking at Timeform US, her 3 numbers prior to that were fine. And if you watch the race, she broke a little slow. She was in between horses. I think you can give her an excuse. She was going 5.5. It's hard to make a mistake going 5.5. The other thing I'll say is that the other horse taking money in here, the 3, Sir Sterling, if you look at the past performances and just play a little bit of a game here, Sir Sterling 2 races ago was in a claiming race at Oaklawn Park and was 54-1. Thunder's Rock and Roll ran 3 times at Oaklawn Park and was basically single digits in allowance races. Now, that's a significant class edge to me in terms of the price that these horses were in similar times at a similar racetrack in different classes. I just think Thunder's Rock and Roll, drawn towards the outside, hopefully will pop away from there a little bit better. If there's going to be an alternative for me, it is the 4, Check Cash and Connie, who is lightly raced. And so the jump up performance last time for Check Cash and Connie, you can kind of say, oh, well, maybe she's figured it out. Maybe she has taken a step forward. I don't trust that performance. I still think that, she probably had a lot of things her way. It's why she ran so well. So ultimately, I'm going to go back to the 6, Thunder's Rock and Roll. I'm going to pretend that the trip last time is what cost her. And if she can run any of those 3 races that she ran at Oaklawn Park at single-digit odds, and she was 10-1 once. We'll call that single-digit just because we can just disregard math for a little bit. It's getting late. I do think that she's the one that you want in here. I don't trust the 3. My alternative would be the 4, but I'm going to stick with the 6.
Stablemates for McLean Robinson. Check Cash and Connie, Thunder's Rock and Roll. Paulie, yeah, all eyes on Thunder's Rock and Roll right from the start, and as long as she can get away clean this time.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I think both McLean Robinson horses have a big shot in here. I actually love Check Cash and Connie in here. I just thought that she was up on the pace in a pretty brisk pace off a layoff, and she was able to gut it out with Eduardo Gallardo. He's looking for his second win on the card. Now, Sir Sterling, you guys make a great point. That last effort was good. And, these Minnesota breds, when they're running at Oaklawn and other places, they're running against tougher horses, and that's what ends up happening, and then comes out here to Canterbury, gets into a Minnesota bred race, and runs off and wins by 5.5. So I'm talking the same horses that Jonathan's talking to. Thunder's Rock and Roll, it does worry you when a horse loses at 1-9, but, the first start here at Canterbury for McLean Robinson, back to the second start. But I really like Check Cash and Connie. I thought made a tremendous appearance on the racetrack. She's kind of a tall, leggy filly. I think she'll love this 6.5 furlongs. And I actually think she can rate a little bit. There's a ton of pace in this race, and I think someone's going to win it from off the pace. I'll go with the 4 with Eduardo Gallardo and Mac Robertson looking for a double on the card.
At 4-1, Paulie, and you're looking at the second and third choices in the wagering. Sir Sterling, number 3, Check Cash and Connie. Check Cash and Connie trying to upset Thunder's Rock and Roll again. And like you mentioned with Sir Sterling, number 3, who in that last win, he was 22-1. When 22-1 shots win, sometimes it might look fluky. Maybe there's 6 noses on the wire, right? Maybe another horse takes the worst of it and they simply take advantage. That didn't look fluky. Like the performance itself, Sir Sterling jumped impressive in victory, albeit at a big price.
It did not look fluky to me watching that video. Now, I think Jonathan makes a great point about this horse being huge prices at Oaklawn against easier company than Thunder's Rock and Roll was there. And I guess the question is, where did that effort come from Sir Sterling last time? Now, horses change. They develop. They mature. It's hard to believe that he did that much maturing and changing from April 23rd at Oaklawn to May 27th at Canterbury, but you can't deny the effort last time. And I don't know where it came from, but if this horse runs that effort back, you got to respect him.
Thunder's Rock and Roll 6-5. If you've ridden horses that typically haven't had a bad habit getting out of the blocks, and in a most recent effort, maybe there was an issue as there was with Thunder's Rock and Roll, is there anything different that you're doing as a rider, or are you just saying that was a one-off, that was a bad day, that was a poor start, you're not worried about it the next time around?
Well, you can go back to Oaklawn in March. This horse didn't get off particularly well one day and also lugged in, and kind of what I saw in the video that we watched, in the third place finish last time. When horses don't change leads and they get themselves sideways, they tend to run or lean towards the inside. I don't know the horse, so maybe this horse has, a little bit antsy in the gate. When horses shuffle their feet, they're not set or planted, they're not as balanced, and they have a tendency maybe not to break as well. I don't think you can over-concern yourself with it. Good communication with you and the assistant starter and trying to have a horse as balanced as possible.
Watch your first step. We'll see how it all unfolds in this MTA Stallion Stakes 6-5 favorite. Thunder's Rock and Roll number 6 with leading rider Harry Hernandez, the voice of the Minnesota Vikings, the voice of Canterbury. One final time. Paul Allen standing by.
8-5 in the late stages. Artistic Vision goes in. And there racing. Check cashing Connie stumbled shortly after the start, recovered okay though. Sam Says, Sam has speed, and Sam Says that a fat number is on the lead. To the outside of Sir Sterling, Thunder's Rock and Roll gives way in third to Mama's Having a Hot Flash, and that filly's 5 lengths from the lead. 2.5 clear from Fellow Philly, Check cashing Connie. 4 lengths after that to Franz. The long shot is third last, 10 out of it. And to the outside of the filly, Artistic Vision. Then the one in last is the maiden, Tap That Dial. 13 from front to back, off the far turn they go. On the inside it is Sir Sterling slugging it out with Sam Says, and they travel in perfect harmony. 7 lengths clear from Thunder's Rock and Roll at 2-1. Behind that, Artistic Vision. Then we come to Check cashing Connie, who's doing the moonwalk. At the top of the stretch, Sir Sterling into the final furlong with an ever widening lead. Thunder's Rock and Roll pops out of the crowd into second, but that's the best he'll be able to do because Sir Sterling and Lindy Wade are the MTA Stallion Auction champions.
Apparently it wasn't a fluke. That last effort, a 22-1 victory. Sir Sterling tonight takes down the MTA Stallion Auction Stakes. 2 wins on the evening, winning jockey Lindy Wade.
Sir Sterling is just a different horse in Shakopee, Minnesota than he is anyplace else. I mean, this was another stellar performance. This horse took serious heat from the 5 Sam Says under Ezekiel Lara. Shrugged him off turning for home, and again, look at this horse's demeanor. He just pins his ears and wants it.
I'm looking at the tote board now that we just on the in-house feed. 4, is that right? 4-5? 4-5 on Sir Sterling. Thunder's Rock and Roll, who reigned as the favorite throughout, 2-1. Odds on Sir Sterling unloading on this gelding with the wagering public in the MTA Stallion Auction Stakes. I thought it was a feed from a different tracker.
I did too. I'm shocked. I was like, well, it is past my bedtime. Am I not seeing things correctly?
Wow.
I turned to you during the running of the race, and I said, if I'm Lindy Wade on Sir Sterling, at some point I'm going to Ezekiel Lara like, dude, I'm inside, you're outside. We're 5-6 lengths in front of the field. We're going to kill each other. We're killing each other. It didn't matter.
Applying.
Maybe Sir Sterling, they just found out this horse just wants to. Some horses just want to go fast the whole way. Maybe he's a horse doesn't change gears.
Yeah, that upset in the last race, it looked legit. Sprinter giving you a second move, widening in the lane. But tonight, taking all that heat, all that pressure, you're waiting at some point for them to start to get leg weary and to back up. No, he had that second move again, opened up. But wow, 4-5, Sir Sterling at post time.
I'm actually a little bit speechless about that as well. I thought he was torched too when he was in that duel, but he just kept finding.
Wow. Sir Sterling here at 4-5. Lindy Wade, second win on the evening. Sir Sterling and the MTA Stallion Auction Stakes. 9 up and 9 down from Canterbury. Results, reaction as our coverage continues on Fox Sports 1.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
A fun night of racing in Shakopee, Minnesota. Canterbury Park. Coverage is always on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale. Atalapa. I think they knew, Richie. Looking at the faces in the crowd celebrating the win. Sir Sterling, somebody knew. 4-5 at post time, and winning accordingly to take down this MTA Stallion Auction Stakes. There it is, 380.
380, and you and I both, I think, were a little bit confused because we didn't realize he had taken all of that late money. And I think it was those kids in the winner's circle. They knew.
That Cathinate the Canary look on their face. The pick 4, 176.80. That pick 5, just over $1,200, $1,247. We'll be checking in with winning jockey Lindy Wade in just a moment with Sir Sterling here in the MTA Stallion Auction Stakes, but just taking a step back in big picture in terms of this night of racing. We touched on it at the top of the show, how much fun it is when you have one of these bigger nights, like a biggest night of the year at Canterbury, a big night at one of these smaller racetracks.
Well, and it's obvious that the fan base there is really into it. You know, everybody's out having a good time. The track management there goes the extra mile, right, to put on a good show and get people involved and have that festive feeling. And then you put good horse racing on top of it, good horses shipping in. This was a fun night to cover.
It's fans with a chance to see jockeys they don't typically see, to see trainers they don't typically see, owners as well. Just tonight at Canterbury, there are horses from right here, Belmont, Kentucky, Florida, Santa Anita, as well, all coming together and competing in Shakopee, Minnesota.
Well, also, like, think if you're a young kid and you're a racing fan, you probably know Gunrunner, you know, for his exploits on the racetrack, now certainly as a stallion. And Florent Geroux rode him. He's there winning races.
3 wins tonight, Florent Geroux. We promise you'll hear from Lindy Wade, that jockey right there. 2 wins on the evening, takes down the MTA Stallion Auction Stakes. That's next as our coverage continues from Canterbury.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to wire.
Ms. Big Bucks will pull off the upset in the nightcap.
Her full brother Bucker 2 and Brennan's War score a War Dancer exacta.
Bucker 2 in front, Brennan's War on the outside. The two of them come on for the finish, and it is Bucker 2.
And New York Anthem kicks off the year going a perfect 2 for 2.
New York Anthem not going down without a fight.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships. The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
I'm with winning jockey here of the last race here at Canterbury Park, a little stakes race with Lindy Wade. And Lindy, a tremendous night getting Sir Sterling home. By the way, great milestone, your 1,500 win, and that one was your 1,501. You were saying, you know what, I know it's not that much. It's a lot, my friend. Good, and congratulations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. You know, it feels so good. And this place is, I've been here 3 years, and it feels like home now, you know, so getting it here was very special.
That's awesome. You know, Richard Migliore back in our studio was talking about the pressure the horse on the outside was giving you. And was that worrying you at all?
A little bit. I mean, but I knew what I was sitting on. You know, I knew that I had a lot of horse under me. So when I pushed the button, he delivered.
You had said you'd never been on the horse, but Tony got you on this horse in the morning, so you kind of knew what was going to happen in the afternoon?
Correct. I mean, I had the idea, you know, and putting it all together with working the horse and him doing it so easily the other day, and then looking at the past performances and seeing that he's a front runner, you know, and he gets a big heart on the lead. I think that played to my benefit, you know, and knowing the horse and how he travels, and we put it all together, and it came out a winning combination.
Well, congratulations on win 1,500 and 1,501. You got a big smile on your face, Lindy. And another W here for Lindy, who's been a staple here at Canterbury, and every once in a while you'll see him at Turf Paradise.
And to reach that milestone, Paul, on this Northern Stars Turf Festival, winning 2 on the evening, and something he said at the beginning of the interview about Canterbury feeling like home, and for any athlete, and what a difference that can truly make for a rider.
Just to be comfortable in a place, know the routine of everything, feel like you belong there, and I don't think you can underestimate that a little bit. And 1,500 wins is a lot of wins. Listen, a jockey's life is a tough life, and it's constant. You're only as good as your last win. You've got to eat a certain way, sleep a certain way, work relentlessly. So congratulations. That is a nice milestone.
He didn't seem as aggravated as you would have been taking all that pressure from the horse on the outside throughout.
If he got beat, I guarantee you he would have been a little bit different demeanor. But, no, I just never understand guys continuing that pressure when it's clear you're not going to outrun me for the lead.
You have to love the dichotomy in thoroughbred racing that you saw today, waking up early this morning, day 2 of the Royal Meeting at Royal Ascot. And in the Queen Mary Stakes, Crimson Advocate won for the Americans, day 2 at Ascot. And Johnny Velasquez racking up a 4th victory at the Royal Meeting. And this one gets real close in the end. 26 of them, Richie, trying to get to the wire.
They split in 2 divisions, right? Everybody's looking for that good ground, and this got desperately close late. But this is a feel-good story. George Weaver, his wife Cindy Hutter, really seriously injured last year. She was able to accompany him to Royal Ascot, and for them to get this win, and it feels like ever since Cindy's presence has been back in the barn, and look at the head bob. The outside horse.
It's amazing.
All of that bob. It was almost like divine intervention, right? Cindy's there, and it seems like since she's gotten back in the barn and her presence there, the mood and the atmosphere has changed. And I believe horses feed on positive energy and atmosphere because they have been winning with regularity here. And now go to Royal Ascot and get this. And this is an incredible victory. And all of Johnny Velasquez's immense skills on display here.
My thought was brutal beat.
Right.
At very first. And you touched on, and for Jake Ballas's black type thoroughbred, what a massive win. Randy Hill, Swimbank Stables, co-owners for George Weaver. And with his wife, you mentioned the story. It's been a long road. Cindy is still recovering, but able to make that trip to the UK. And for her and George experiencing that together is just an amazing story.
Phenomenal. And you know, our thoughts and prayers for her continued, you know, recuperation and how well she's doing and the fact that she can make that trip. And I know there was some real dark days, but Cindy's doing better and the stable is clicking right along.
26 horses. 26 horses by that much. John Velasquez, 4th win at the Royal Meeting. And are we like the only ones not there for the Royal Meeting?
We had to cover Shakopee.
The dichotomy.
I love
Maggie
it.
Wolfendale. Our man Ernie. You look at him in his morning suit tie, how good he looks. Maggie, that's a given. That's a given. But Ernie, my man, thumbs up. Well done.
Maggie always looks good. Ernie,
like I said,
honestly,
it's a given.
He looks like he belongs there. Like he looks like he's going to say chip, chip, cheerio. You know. It's late. You got to forgive me. It's late.
Incredible, just the pageantry and what that particular meet, what it means. And for Cindy and George Weaver, and just, you know, celebrating that moment together, the victory earlier, the only one by an American horse in the first 2 days at Royal Ascot in a moment they will never forget.
Undoubtedly. And listen, they've had a lot of great moments. They've had a lot of good horses. You think Vekoma winning the Met Mile and a lot of other accomplishments. But to be able to do this together and experience it together, considering everything they've gone through, I think it's just an amazing story.
And a lot of national pride as well for the English. And, of course, the Irish having a big meet thus far, and one victory for the Americans thus far. We'll see what happens the next 3 days at the Royal Meeting. Tonight in Shakopee, however, what an exciting night of thoroughbred racing for Augustin, George Strawbridge, Jonathan Thomas, Florent Giroux. 3 wins on the evening in the Dark Star Turf Sprint after the sluggish start. No matter from far, far back, the victory posing for pictures, and in the Canterbury Derby at the end of the night, and a big performance there, drawing off late with Golden Bandit with Adam Beschizza in the saddle. Have a great night, everyone.